Chapter 1486. The limestone god and serene jade god's faces were ashen, as if they wanted to eat someone alive. Their lungs were about to explode from anger. Ever since they had become Hoteon holy gods, they had never been looked down upon like this. It was just that in the 33 upper realms of the primal chaos, they had never heard of anyone possessing the laws of the innate time-light, great Tao. Torch Dragon, you'd best not provoke him. Taoist creation glanced at the limestone god and serene jade god. Taoist creation already regarded these two Hoteon holy gods as dead people. These two were destined to become cannon fodder. However, they were still high-level cannon fodder, so he was not stingy with giving them some respect. You don't have to worry about him. His goal is the innate universe great Tao. As long as you don't provoke him, he won't make things difficult for you out of respect for me. The limestone god and serene jade god were furious upon hearing this. This Taoist creation was clearly in cahoots with the torch dragon god. Your Majesty creation, aren't you afraid that the torch dragon will take over once he merges with the innate universe great Tao? The limestone god was unwilling to accept this. Of course, it was also possible that he was trying to sow discord. This was not impossible. Any overgod, even a third step overgod, will be tempted by the upper realm of the 33 upper realms. You don't have to worry about this matter. Since I invited him here, I naturally have a way to make him obediently hand over the spirit sea. After saying that, Taoist creation glanced at the two. All right, you two should return and make preparations. Taoist creation's figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood. When the limestone and serene jade sovereigns saw this, they looked at each other and sighed. They then decided to leave Shinwu continent as well. In the endless primal chaos, a storm lingered. In an incomparably hidden, chaotic region, two streaks of light appeared in the center of the chaotic region, above a large chaotic boulder that was condensed from chaotic energy. Do you believe his words? Two figures landed on the ground, and one of them emitted a majestic spiritual light as he asked with a gloomy expression. These two were none other than the limestone god and serene jade god, who had just left Shinwu continent. The two had been dissatisfied, but because of Taoist creation, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction. The him they were referring to was naturally Taoist creation. However, the two of them did not address each other directly. The might of a second step lord was astounding. Once someone was addressed by their honorific title directly, it was highly likely that that person would be alerted. I'm afraid he already has other plans in mind. Limestone, we're really asking a tiger for its skin this time. The tranquil jade overgod laughed bitterly in his heart. Even if we are asking a tiger for its skin, we must not let Yuanshi go. Otherwise, once he is free, do you think he will let us go? The limestone sovereign had a vicious look on his face. He had long since hated Qin Feng to the bone. It wasn't just because Qin Feng had stolen information regarding a portion of the plains under his control, the Greater Thousand Realms. More importantly, it stemmed from his fear of the primeval master god. After all, he had almost killed the primeval master god back then. Would the primeval lord god let him go after his breakthrough? In a different situation, if he were in their shoes, he would not let go of his former mortal enemy. The one who strikes first gains the advantage, and the one who strikes last suffers. Only when the primeval overgod had just broken through would there be a chance. Once the primeval overgod reacted, there would be no way for him to survive. The limestone sovereign fell silent. However, the tranquil jade overgod's words made him shudder with fear. Since the primeval master god was not a kind person, how could Taoist creation be a good person? If they were not careful, the two Hoteon saint deities would be swallowed whole, including their skin and bones. After a while, the limestone sovereign gritted his teeth and pondered. Let's go to the Thousand Demons' Great World. Thousand Demons' Great World? Isn't that the territory of the demon clan gods? The tranquil jade overgod's expression changed. That's right, it is the demon clan's territory. Didn't Yuanshi kill the clone of the Golden Rock sovereign of the Golden Rock clan? We'll go to the Golden Rock clan this time. I believe the demon clan will be happy to get involved. A vicious look flashed in the limestone sovereign's eyes. That's a good idea. If we can get the demon clan gods to join us, it won't be so easy for Taoist creation to scheme against us. It's easier to fish in troubled waters. The tranquil jade overgod nodded. The two of them came to an agreement and immediately flew toward the thousand demons' great world. To be able to become a master god, none of them were simple characters. Spirit Sea, Flying Cloud Mountain, Primal Chaos Xingqian School was bustling with activity. Ever since Qin Feng opened the mountain gates and recruited talents from all over, regardless of their background, the celestial system was filled with countless celestial gods. Out of the trillions of voids in the vast expanse of land, countless innate gods could be seen swarming toward the Earth Marsh Divine Land almost every day. The Earth Marsh Divine Land had already changed. Many Primal Chaos Xingqian school experts worked together to build many magnificent divine cities. This was especially true for the Flying Cloud Mountain, which was the core of the Flying Cloud Mountain. Magnificent buildings that looked like heavenly palaces stretched from the foot of the mountain to the main hall of the Origin Star through huge jade steps. No, this place had been renamed the Lingxiao Palace and had the reputation of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. Land of the Gods, Home of the Gods. Many names were added to this divine mountain. On top of the divine mountain, there was a huge gate. Faint rays of light shone down from it. Rainbows hung in the sky, and celestial music filled the air. There seemed to be countless gods sitting peacefully, listening to the Tao voices of the sovereign gods. There were even many tall, innate deity kings. Some of the innate divine spirits who were listening to the Tao voices at the very front glanced at the Tao voices, and their hearts skipped a beat, and their bodies almost exploded. They were deity emperors. There were also a few other emperor-level experts seated on prayer mats, listening to the preaching of the Tao by the Khanate overgod seated on a jade prayer mat above the enormous plaza. This is the Spirit Sea God system. After Qian Kai left the Viper Valley, he passed through many spirit regions and arrived at the Earth Marsh Divine Land. The first thing he saw was the huge phenomenon on top of the Flying Cloud Mountain. In his Yuan Shun, there seemed to be faint Tao voices coming from the gate above his head. Even the slightest bit of it was enough to shake his Yuan Shun. Colorful rays of light rolled, and auspicious qi filled the air. Around him, there were also many huge mountains. On top of the mountains, there were many terrifying auras that remained and manifested in divine light. Vaguely, one could see many divine kingdoms. Countless living beings were among them. With just a cursory glance, Qian Kai sensed more than a dozen divine auras that were no weaker than his own among the many mountain ranges. If he sensed them carefully, there would be even more. In the sky, the stars seemed to have fallen, as if the stars had turned into islands. Countless high-level innate gods' auras were spread out. They were majestic and respectful to the tall deity kings' palaces. This place was like the divine court of the gods in the legends. Chapter 1487. The islands of the stars in the sky seemed to have turned into stars that filled the sky. Vaguely, they formed a boundless starlight array in the sky. It looks like the ancient star god array, but it's not. It's even more mysterious than the ancient star god array. Qian Kai glanced at it and felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He quickly lowered his head. He had seen Xingqian School's array before, but compared to the array in the sky, the ancient star god array didn't even have 1/10,000th of its charm. "Where did you come from, Your Eminence?" When Qian Kai arrived at the foot of Soaring Cloud Mountain, he was stopped by a few silver-armored generals transformed from innate gods. Qian Kai glanced at them and was slightly shocked. The innate gods in silver armor weren't weak. Their leader was a middle-level innate god in a silver robe and a white cloak. He didn't notice it before, but when he released his divine will, he saw millions of innate gods in silver patrolling above the sea of clouds. And these were only the innate gods outside Flying Cloud Mountain. Over the years, after the primeval emperor's breakthrough, Flying Cloud Mountain's influence gradually spread into the 3,000 spirit zones and sacred grounds. The number of innate gods in silver was beyond imagination. A god king? He must be here to join the god system. The leading innate gods in silver armor glanced at Qian Kai. When he saw that his divine eyes couldn't see through Qian Kai, he immediately became respectful. Your Eminence, we're the patrolling innate gods. If you want to join the god system, you can go to the God Ascension platform. That way, the innate gods in silver pointed to a valley in the south that was shrouded in clouds. Vaguely, there were stone steels pointing out the locations of the palaces. That was the direction of the God Ascension platform. Qian Kai wanted to announce his identity as a direct disciple of Xingqian School, but he changed his mind and wanted to see the prosperity of Flying Cloud Mountain. He immediately walked toward the God Ascension platform. Along the way, Qian Kai wore a gray robe and his long hair draped over his shoulders. He looked surprised. Along the way, there were many experts who came to the God Ascension platform, and most of them were high-level innate gods. However, he also noticed that there were some innate gods that were rushing toward a valley in the northwest. They looked like they were in a hurry, which surprised Qian Kai. Your Eminence, there's no need to look. That's the direction of the general appointing stage. They are only ordinary innate gods, and even if you're lucky, you'll only be a low-level Star Lord. With a shift of his body, a breeze blew and a godly spirit in a green robe appeared not far away from Qian Kai. It was a young deity king with innate celestial wind swirling around him, giving him an ethereal and elegant appearance. Behind him, there were two innate deity kings. One of them was a fire-type deity king with a fiery red robe. One of them was dressed in a blue robe and had a gentle expression on his face. He was also an innate deity king, a water-type innate deity king. Innate god, Qian Kai. Innate gods, Qianzes, Qian's, Qian. Your Eminence is too polite. I'm Feng Xiaoyi, and that's Wu Luyan. Shui Wuchang. May I know your Eminence's name? Are you also heading toward the God Ascension platform to join the celestial system? The handsome God King, innate God King, who led the group chuckled. He fired a series of questions at Qian Kai, making him look like a talkative person. On the side, the two God Kings of fire and water exchanged glances as if they were helpless. I am Qian Kai. This is also my first time participating in the celestial system selection. Qian Kai smiled and nodded politely. Then his brows twitched. However, where is the general appointing platform that you mentioned just now? Is there something different about the selection of innate gods? You don't know? Feng Xiaoyi asked back. Qian Kai looked like he really didn't know, and he quickly explained. That general appointing stage is only a place for ordinary innate gods. It's also the Heavenly Army's place. Your Eminence, are you thinking of joining the Heavenly Army? But Your Eminence is an innate God King. It's a waste for you to join the Heavenly Army. He looked at Qian Kai and shook his head. Heavenly Army Camp. That must be where that Silver General's manor is located. Qian Kai thought. Your Eminence, in my opinion, you seem to be cultivating poison arts. Poison arts are the most suitable for you to join the Plague Division. You might even be able to become a deity emperor or even the Plague Division's great heavenly lord. Feng Xiaoyi looked at Qian Kai, feeling sorry for him. Plague Division? Qian Kai raised his head and looked at Feng Xiaoyi in confusion. You don't know? Feng Xiaoyi looked at Qian Kai in shock. This God King really looked like he came from nowhere. He didn't even know about the celestial systems divisions. On the side, the water god King Shui Wuchang saw Qian Kai's expression, and he quickly pulled Feng Xiaoyi down. Brother Qian, you might not know this, but although the Ling Hai celestial system seems to be very vague, there are already clear divisions in the celestial system. He explained. The celestial system can be roughly divided into 8 divisions, namely the Thunder Division, the Fire Division, the Plague Division, the Fighting Division, the Water Division, the Sky Division, the Mountain Division, and the Celestial World Division. As the name suggests, the Thunder Division's deity division is based on the transformation of lightning. This division only recruits Thunder Division's deity division and is responsible for clearing out the rebellious deities. It is said that each division has a great heavenly lord in charge of the division, for deity emperors and 8 deity kings. The current great heavenly lord of the Thunder division is Great Heavenly Lord Primordial Thunder, 9th heaven. However, only 2 of the 4 deity emperors have reached the perfection realm. There are still 2 positions left among the 8 deity kings. The second division is the Fire division. The Fire division's deity division is more powerful and is divided into 3 divisions: the Alchemy division, the Tool division, and the Yuanling division. The Alchemy division's deity division recruits all the pharmacists and medicine deities in the world. Most of the pharmacists in the 3,000 spirit region join the Alchemy division. Next is the Tool division. Qian Kai raised his head. The Tool division recruits all the deities who are good at making weapons. Shui Wuchang glanced at Qian Kai. Your Eminence is partially correct, but not completely. It also includes deities who are good at making tools. Qian Kai's eyes flashed. Just these 2 divisions were enough for him to know how vast and magnificent the deity division was. A single leaf knows autumn. The Yuanling sect is easier to explain. They only recruit pure fire deities. Our brother Huolioyin's target is the Yuanling sect of the Fire division. The Fire division is even more powerful. In addition to Great Heavenly Lord Huoda, there are 6 deity emperors who are the leaders and vice-leaders of the 3 divisions. There are also 12 fire godly kings. As one of the 3 divisions, the Yuanling sect can also have 4 godly kings. The Fire division is one of the top divisions of the 8 divisions. Joining the Fire division will give you great privileges. It is said that you can enter the Great Fire division of the 3,000 spirit region and adjust the fire veins in the world. Great Heavenly Lord Huoda, the 6 deity emperors, will have priority in breaking through and obtaining the great Tao of heavenly fire after Tao unification. Chapter 1488. As Shui Wuchang finished, he glanced at Huoluyan beside him. Huoluyan was very strong, with flames circling around him. He too was a peak deity king. Clearly, he was eyeing the 6 deity emperors' positions and was trying to get one of them. And then there's the Water division. The Water division is dominated by the dragon race, and the ones in charge of this division are the dragon gods. Shui Wuchang said helplessly. The Water division is in charge of the 5 seas and the water bodies above the spirit realm. They build the water palace and form a part of the heavenly net. The Water division is even bigger than the Fire division. Other than the great heavenly venerable Shueda, there are 8 deity emperors and 16 deity kings. However, there are more dragons in this division. Most of them are the dragon gods of the 5 seas. With His Majesty Yuanshi as the ancestral dragon, he is the most direct of the direct descendants. The 8 deity emperors are mostly at the peak, leaving only 2 permanent deity emperors and 4 deity kings for the other gods. There are 8 deity emperors in the Water division. Qian Kai was shocked. The Water division's strength was unimaginable. Shui Wuchang's eyes shone brightly as he said proudly, the Water division's gods each had their own duties. Most of them were the river gods, lake gods, and sea gods of the rivers, lakes, and oceans. They were responsible for the heavenly net. Any position in the Water division's gods was a lucrative one, especially the 16 deity kings. They were the core of the Water division, and Shui Wuchang's goal was to compete for one of them. However, the competition was extremely stressful. The dragon race's dragon kings were all eyeing the position covetously, and there were also many innate water elemental deity kings. And then there are the gods of plague department. Most of the gods of plague department are powerful gods who are good at medicine, poison, and plague. Apart from the plague king, there are also 4 god emperors and 8 god kings of plague department. Plague division. Qian Kai's eyes flashed. This sounded quite interesting. Shui Wuchang continued. Then there's the Heaven Realm Stars and the Do division. The Heaven Realm Stars are led by the original Hunyuan Xingqian school, accommodating the Star Lords and controlling the heavenly net. Among the stars in the Heaven Realm, the Star Lords and Star Gods will only accept the Star Gods of Hunyuan Xingqian school. In the future, The Star Lords will only accept the star gods of Hunyuan Xingqian School. If you want to enter the stars, you must first enter Hunyuan Xingqian School. The Do division is more complicated. The heavenly barracks you saw came from this division. The threshold to becoming a pantheon is lower, and they have the most members. They call themselves heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. This division has a close relationship with the stars in the heaven realm. Many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, as long as they meet the requirements of the merit list set up by Yuanshi His Majesty, can use their merit to exchange and enter Hunyuan Xingqian School to cultivate. Other than that, there are also the mountain gods. They control the ley lines and refine the earth net. They are the most important part of the primeval emperor's heavenly dragnet plan. The mountain gods also have an extremely deep relationship with the billions of netherworld kingdoms in the land. However, ordinary gods can't enter this step. Qian Kai was slightly surprised and looked at Shui Wuchang. Why is that? The mountain gods already have a ruler. He is the second saint god of the spirit sea. Shui Wuchang said respectfully. Feng Xiaoyi and Huoluyuan also looked serious. Are you talking about the Emperor of Earth, Wang Daoi? Qian Kai raised an eyebrow. Your Excellency, please be careful with your words. Shui Wuchang frowned. Oh, I'm sorry. Qian Kai reacted. As a level 16 saint god, his power was immeasurable. He was no longer the true disciple of Xingqian School, Wang Daoi. Seeing Qian Kai's expression, Shui Wuchang did not pursue the matter. He only warned with a solemn expression. Your Eminence, in the future, when you're in the Pantheon, you can't call the Emperor of Earth by his name. It's fine if we hear it, but if the mountain gods hear it, you will be in trouble. Qian Kai nodded. Clearly, the mountain gods were formed from the original netherworld gods, as well as the many earth gods. The Emperor of Earth, Wang Daoi, had proven his Tao several years ago. Many people thought that he had failed and died along with the phenomenon. It was only later that people realized it. Although the Emperor of Earth had succeeded in proving his Tao, he was still in the Netherworld Kingdom and had yet to come out. What about the Tian gods? Qian Kai recalled the 8 division gods, the Thunder division gods, the Fire division gods, the Plague division gods, the Fighting division gods, the Water division gods, the Mountain division gods, the Celestial division gods, and the Heaven division gods. Shui Wuchang had been talking about the other 7 gods, but he did not seem to have heard Shui Wuchang mention the Tian gods. Shui Wuchang shook his head. The Tian gods are the most mysterious. We have never seen them. As for their duties, we are not particularly clear. However, it is said that they control the Pantheon. They are very terrifying. Apart from the 8 gods, there are many other places where the gods have their own duties. In the chief god space, the gods who were listening to the preaching dispersed. The gods were awakened from the mysterious Tao sound, and they all looked regretful. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to listen to the chief god preaching. However, the primeval Lord God only preached once because he felt like it. After today, they did not know when they would be able to listen to the chief god preaching again. The gods retreated one after another. In the chief god space, only the 2 original god kings guarding the door were left on this huge podium. Qin Feng stood up from the futon and looked outside the chief god space. At this time, the origin sea that had been refined was close to 12%. At this time, it had been 4 or 5 years since he defeated the creator primordial spirit. In these 4 or 5 years, the Pantheon was gradually established. With the inescapable net as the basis, he established the 8 gods and controlled the gods of all heaven. He had almost grasped the Spirit Sea continent in his hands. In the Spirit Sea, the original 72 mysterious sects, the archaic 10 paths, and many hidden forces were almost completely suppressed. They were gradually disintegrating. However, the progress was very slow. After all, the 72 mysterious sects and the archaic 10 paths were in the Spirit Sea. They had been operating for too long and were deeply rooted. It was difficult to see the effects of the disintegration in a short time, even though Qin Feng had become an unprecedented 16th-level holy god. However, apart from the 72 mysterious sects and the archaic 10 paths, the other small families, sects, and even the 800 unorthodox groups were quietly disintegrated under the inescapable net's silent infiltration. In just a few years, the 8 gods of the pantheon had grown to this stage and swallowed many small sections. The 800 unorthodox groups were a very important factor. Apart from that, there was also the addition of the dragon tribe of the 5 seas. After receiving the oracle of the 3 spirit sea dragon lords, apart from a small number of experts from the dragon tribe who could not resist, most of the experts from the dragon tribe chose to join the primeval lord god, the 4th dragon lord. It was also because of this that Qin Feng was able to expand the pantheon so quickly. Finally, there was that senior brother, earthly sovereign. Chapter 1489. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the billions of underworld kingdoms. It was certain that the earthly emperor had successfully integrated and became the 2nd holy god of the spirit sea, the 1st holy god. However, there was still some time before he could completely take form. However, there was no problem with telepathic communication. Qin Feng originally thought that after the earthly emperor successfully broke through, he would choose to leave the spirit sea and establish a god system on his own. It could be seen that Wang Daoi was a very proud person. He would never submit to others easily. Unexpectedly, senior brother earthly emperor accepted his invitation to join the divine system and become the 2nd holy deity after him. He didn't know why, but he didn't know why. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a smile. This was good. He had another capable helper. Immediately, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the origin sea and the inescapable net that was faintly appearing. The prototype of the inescapable net had been born, and the origin sea had also sensed the inescapable net's promoting effect on heaven and earth. It was increasing the input of the origin and even merging with the inescapable net. This action caused Qin Feng's share of the origin sea to become heavier and heavier. The refining speed was getting faster and faster. After the creator primordial spirit was severely injured, it could only watch Qin Feng build the inescapable net and was powerless to cause trouble. Qin Feng's gaze carefully circled the origin sea. For some reason, he always vaguely felt a kind of impulse recently. This impulse didn't come from the primordial spirit, but from the inescapable net. As the existence with the highest authority in the inescapable net, he vaguely discovered a very strange aura looming in the inescapable net. Qin Feng always felt that something was strange. The extraterrestrial gods had always regarded the spirit sea as a fat piece of meat, and Qin Feng didn't dare to relax for a moment. Although this strange aura flashed by, Qin Feng believed that it wasn't an illusion. There must be something fishy. He began to search through the inescapable dragnet. At this time, outside the spirit sea continent, outside the endless sea. Since the spirit sea leveled up, countless Khanate chaos vital chi and Khanate primordial spirit chi had descended, forming many continents outside the 5 seas. These continents were very large, and part of them was occupied by the 5 seas dragon race. A part of it was occupied by the experts of the water tribe in the deep sea. Some of them were owned by some newly born innate gods. These newborn innate godly spirits were born from the innate origin chi, spiritual veins, and spiritual roots. They all had their own ways and means. Some of the stronger innate deity kings were born with the power of a deity king. With just a little bit of cultivation, they would be able to ascend to the deity emperor level. Zifu Prefecture. This was a huge island that was rumored to be floating in the endless sea. The endless sea was formed by a strand of innate primordial spiritual energy. According to legend, it was one of the 5 most famous islands. Rumor had it that an innate god entered the island by mistake and obtained an innate spiritual root from the island, which allowed him to ascend into an innate deity emperor. Legend had it that this island contained countless precious spiritual roots. There were even innate spiritual roots growing there. Every year, countless powerful gods would venture into the endless ocean in an attempt to find this island. However, this island was protected by an innate spirit formation. Furthermore, It would float and change its position at all times. Ordinary godly kings could not discover this island at all. On the island, it was huge and shrouded in chaotic mist. One could vaguely see orchids and lush green plants. At the center of Zifu Prefecture, there was a divine spring. This was where the chaos spiritual veins gathered. At the center of the divine spring, there was a spirit fetus. On this day, 9 purple lightning bolts flashed across the sky. The spirit fetus grew as the wind blew, and in an instant, it turned into a little gray dragon. Moments later, the gray color on the little dragon's body flashed, and in the next moment, it turned into a 4 to 5-year-old boy. He had a pair of tender horns on his head, and his eyes were cold like the heavenly Tao. In his eyes, there seemed to be visions of the sun rising and the moon sinking. Krong. Following his birth, billions of miles of the ocean trembled violently, and all kinds of visions emerged. A tremendous pressure swept across the sea region for millions of miles. So strong. Is there an innately strong innate God? What kind of existence is this? Such a vision is even stronger than the few famous innate deity kings in the endless ocean. In the ocean, the many innate gods were alerted. One after another, their strong divine senses swept across the ocean, trying to find the innate deity king that caused the vision. Among them, some of the innate gods were hostile. The newly born innate deity kings had yet to familiarize themselves with the origin, thus, they were still weak. If they could get their hands on the origin, it would be greatly beneficial to the ordinary innate god's talents. Especially for some powerful innate deity kings, they might even have extremely precious innate divine items or innate spiritual roots. These were treasures that even the gods would be jealous of. We must find him, use everything we have. Whoever can find this god or provide us with information will be rewarded with 1,000,000 faith divine crystals by the divine Jade Island. The Sea Shark Island also offers 1,000,000 divine crystals for the whereabouts of this god. There are also great rewards, weapons, spiritual roots, divine pellets, female cauldrons, and top-tier cultivation spiritual mountains. The many factions moved immediately upon hearing the news. In the Zifu Prefecture, amidst the rainbow light, a strange light flashed through the boy's eyes. A gray disk of samsara appeared around him. The 12-colored light on the disk of samsara flickered faintly, and a while later, the phenomena that were about to appear completely vanished, as if it had never existed. As the invisible reincarnation disk fell into his hand, it disappeared in an instant. The reincarnation was successful. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He glanced around, especially at the small gray seal in the divine spring. His eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. As expected, heaven and earth just ascended not too long ago. This reincarnation even gave birth to an innate treasure. How lucky! However, although the heavenly cycle reincarnation secret art fooled this world's origin consciousness, it's not without its repercussions. 30 years, at least 30 years, to recover my peak strength and reunite with the Tao. The boy waved his arm, feeling the power in his body that was less than 1,000th of his peak strength. He frowned, not quite used to it. His reincarnation secret art was unparalleled, but he still needed time to familiarize himself with this world's completely foreign Tao. What I need to do now is to assimilate into this world. It's best if I have a clear understanding of that primeval overgod. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. The torch dragon's expression was cold. This new, godly monarch was none other than the other world's dragon ancestor. He used the secret art of reincarnation to descend without a sound. He was an extremely mysterious and terrifying existence. The torch dragon only learned about the formation of a new 33 heavens from Dao's creation. Ever since he received this news, he had been intrigued, especially when he learned that the Khanate universe Great Tao was born in the Spirit Sea. He became even more greedy. He was no stranger to this reincarnation method and quickly entered the state. He glanced at the island. There was a huge chaos spirit vein under the island and a Khanate array formation protecting it. It was just enough to provide him with a place to cultivate in peace. The start this time was much smoother than expected. The torch dragon's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then he closed his eyes and focused on comprehending the Khanate universe great Tao in the spirit sea. Chapter 1490. Another Master God has sneaked in, and it's a Khanate cosmic light Master God. Looking at the fourth Khanate great Tao rule that was suddenly born in the origin sea in the creator space, his eyes flickered. Khanate cosmic light great Tao. This was the fourth Khanate great Tao that was born in the spirit sea apart from the Khanate universe great Tao, Khanate creation great Tao, and Khanate power great Tao. According to the foundation of the spirit sea, the birth of one Khanate great Tao was already the limit. The Khanate creation great Tao was born because of Qin Feng, the primordial master god. The Khanate power great Tao was born because of the Genesis original spirit. Although the fourth great Tao would be born, according to the creator space's speculation, it would take at least 10,000 years for it to be born naturally. Within such a short period of time, how could Qin Feng not know that a master god had sneaked in? Combining this with his previous whim, Qin Feng finally knew what was wrong. Standing above the sea of clouds in front of the creator space and looking at the origin of the spirit sea in the depths of the purple great Tao, his expression was gloomy. That Khanate cosmic light master god could sneak into the spirit sea void without anyone noticing. There were no abnormalities at all. This was far beyond his expectations. Ordinary masters would not be able to hide from the masters born in their own void great cosmos when they entered the spirit sea. The great Tao would also be affected to a certain extent. Unless they were masters born in this era like him, they would be able to hide to a certain extent. That Genesis original spirit might be secretly suppressing the origin of the spirit sea. Otherwise, no matter how well he concealed it, he might not be able to hide it. Qin Feng was gloomy. The Genesis original spirit in the spirit sea void great cosmos was already enough to annoy him. Now another Khanate cosmic light master god had sneaked in. This was no small matter. He was sure that the Khanate cosmic light master god had also sneaked in to familiarize himself with the great Tao rules of this void great cosmos. He would definitely reveal his true intentions once he cultivated. Qin Feng looked at the trillions of void great cosmos, trying to find some traces of the Khanate cosmic light master god through the inescapable net. However, the spirit sea was simply too vast. There were trillions of voids, countless small worlds, and countless living beings, trillions of innate godly spirits, were born in this vast world. The inescapable dragnet had only just been built, and it had only covered a small portion of the land. It was simply impossible for it to cover all living beings. 1,000 years. If I can have 1,000 years, I will definitely be able to make that guy unable to hide. Qin Feng clenched his fists slightly. Time was too short. If the heavenly network had 1,000 years to develop, there was no way the Khanate cosmic light master god would have been able to sneak in. This was simply a huge time bomb. Qin Feng's eyes glowed with a divine light. From time to time, traces of coldness flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, a faintly discernible thought appeared in his mind. At this moment, his expression changed. With a thought, a strand of divine sense arrived. He seemed to have arrived directly above the flying cloud mountain. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared. Qin Feng's eyebrows twitched. With a wave of his sleeve, he tore open the space-time. A figure flew out from it and was sucked into the sovereign space. It was a supremely handsome young man in blue robes. There was an icy blue crystalline dragon scale on his forehead. The dragon scale gave off an aura that could freeze all eternity. This was a second-generation dragon ancestor. Furthermore, it was a second-generation dragon ancestor that Qin Feng was extremely familiar with. The North Sea Dragon Prince, Ao Xian, the son of the first-generation ancestor dragon of the dragon race. An ancient being. In the past, Qin Feng had once defeated him at the Dragon Gate of the ancient barren world. In fact, he had even taken over the northern dragon world that the other party had. If not for Prince Ao Qing's help, Qin Feng would have killed him completely. However, the Ao Xian before him was no longer the Ao Xian of the past. He looked unusually domineering, just like a peaked great emperor. Amidst the cold aura around him, there was a terrifying aura that could freeze all eternity and the great Tao. His eyes opened wide, as though they had not moved since ancient times and would not change for billions of years. A faint, eternal aura of indestructibility leaked out. Qin Feng frowned. Ao Xian had been temporarily taken over by the consciousness of a master god, descending directly through the bloodline resonance. Qin Feng thought to himself, this is not a bad method of reincarnation. If possible, I can temporarily overdraw my potential and possess the power of a level 16 saint god. Primeval Emperor Ao Xian walked out of the space-time and bowed slightly. Emperor Tai Xian. Qin Feng also bowed. Qin Feng looked at the Dragon Master. This was the first time he had seen the Dragon Master Tai Xian after becoming the fourth Dragon Master of the Dragon race. Even though it was just a clone, rumor has it that Emperor Tai Xian is the ruler of the Ice Dragon race in the North Sea. You are the first Khanate Ice Dragon born in the Spirit Sea. It is truly a blessing to be able to see you today, Qin Feng said respectfully. After that, Qin Feng looked at Ao Xian again. However, Emperor Tai Xian must have something important to tell me, since he has sent his consciousness all the way from the North Sea to the Earth Marsh state. Do you have something to tell me? Ever since Qin Feng became the fourth Dragon Master, the three Dragon Masters had completely let go of the Spirit Sea Dragon race. They cannot go back on their word. Moreover, it was already too late to regret it. The three Dragon Masters would not be so unwise. Moreover, Qin Feng's relationship with the Dragon race was still in the honeymoon stage. In addition, Qin Feng had agreed to exchange resources with the Spirit Sea Dragon race through the Creator Space. It was mutually beneficial. To a certain extent, the two had common interests. Qin Feng guessed that something must have happened to make the Dragon Master send down a trace of the Creator's consciousness. Emperor Primeval Emperor is indeed clever. As expected of a peerless figure that is rarely seen in this chaos sea. The Dragon Master's expression was still calm, and his tone was as cold as ice that had not melted for billions of years. There is indeed something this time, and it concerns the safety of Emperor Primeval Emperor. I specially came to inform you. Qin Feng's brows twitched. He could sense the seriousness in the Dragon Master's tone. He did not care about ostentation and directly invited the Dragon Master to the Creator Hall. This place was protected by the power of the Creator Space, which could prevent any spying or even karma connections. The two of them could speak freely. Looking around, Ao Xian nodded slightly and said solemnly, Emperor Primeval Emperor, you must be careful of a heavenly light star. Your Majesty, you have to be careful of an innate cosmic light over God. It's highly likely that this person has his eyes on your Majesty's spirit ocean. Heavenly light star? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. Qin Feng looked at the Dragon Master calmly and asked, Emperor Tai Xian, where did you hear this news from? How reliable is this news? Do you know the exact background of this person? The Supreme Mystery Dragon Lord said when he saw Qin Feng's expression. The news should be quite reliable. Speaking of which, that person is quite related to the Spirit Sea Dragon race. Chapter 1491. Torch Dragon is from the Western Dragon Tribe, one of the only two lords of the Western Dragon Tribe in the last era. He's also a peerless genius of the Western Dragon Tribe. We don't know exactly which dragon bloodline he was born in, but according to our information, he's especially good at assassination. More than 3 rank 16 holy gods have died in his hands in this era. He's the vanguard of the Western Dragon Tribe's invasion of the various major worlds. The Mystery Dragon Master's tone was rather fearful. In the endless void and chaos, each major world divided an era into 1,080,000 years. The Western Dragon Tribe was powerful and spanned across many worlds. To be able to give birth to 2 lords in one era was enough to show how prosperous their tribe was. Generally speaking, in a large tribe or god lineage, it was already a blessing for 1 or 2 emperors to be born in an era. Rank 16 lords were the symbol of an expert who had transcended the great thousand worlds. Some large tribes might not even be able to give birth to a lord in an era of 300 eras, let alone one era. Has the Western Dragon tribe noticed the existence of the Spirit Sea? Qin Feng's expression was a little grim. The Western Dragon tribe was far more powerful than the Eastern Dragon tribe. If the Western Dragon tribe had their eyes on the Spirit Sea, they would really be in trouble. Oh, Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about that. Torch Dragon is also a fearless character. Although he's a rare, peerless figure in the Western Dragon tribe era, he's indeed famous for being arrogant and unsociable. After a slight pause, the Mystery Dragon Master smiled. Moreover, this Chaos Sea is still under the radiation of the Origin Divine World. The Western Dragon tribe doesn't get along with one of the Origin Divine World's almighties, so they wouldn't dare to appear with great fanfare. It should be Torch Dragon acting alone. I see. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. However, Your Majesty, you still have to be careful. Torch Dragon is a peerless figure of the Western Dragon tribe. In less than an era, he's already perfected the Great Path realm. His strength is astonishing. The Mystery Dragon Master's expression was grave. Most importantly, he knows a special reincarnation secret technique. It's said that this secret technique came from a third-step lord in the Endless Chaos Sea. It has endless magical uses, especially the concealment technique. It's said that if he's determined to hide, even a third-step lord in the same world won't be able to find him. There's actually such an incredible secret technique in this world. Qin Feng was silent. The profound Dragon Master glanced at the white-robed sovereign. He could sense the pressure coming from the white-robed sovereign. Daoist priest creation was already enough to make people tense. Now, there was the King of Assassination, a peak 16th level saint god who was famous for his assassination. There was also the Genesis primordial spirit. It could be said that they were badly battered. However, if he wanted to monopolize the 33 celestial realms, he was afraid that these troubles were just the beginning. Before occupying the 33 celestial realms, no one could understand the allure of the 33 celestial realms to the major divine systems and even the master gods. It could be said to be a safe haven for a lord to establish his foundation and establish himself. To be honest, if the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master did not know that the Spirit Sea Dragon clan was weak and could not get a share of the Pantheon, she would not have given up so easily and settled for the next best thing. He looked at the primeval sovereign who was deep in thought. The Supreme Mystery Dragon Lord hoped that Qin Feng could hold on. After all, he was the 4th Dragon Master of the Spirit Sea Dragon clan. If he could completely turn the Spirit Sea into his personal backyard, it would be greatly beneficial to the Spirit Sea Dragon clan. After all, they were of the same clan. Even if not for the sake of the monk, at least for the sake of the Buddha. However, I'm afraid the chances are slim. It might even be difficult to escape unscathed. In private, the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master did not think highly of Qin Feng. Also, we've also discovered that apart from Daoist priest creation, his allies, the Limestone Sovereign and Serene Jade Sovereign, have been making a lot of moves recently. I'm afraid they're also trying to harm you. You have to be careful. Qin Feng looked up, his eyes somewhat gloomy. This time, all sorts of monsters had jumped out. The Limestone and Serene Jade Sovereigns were old rivals. I have to thank the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master for making this trip. If not for Your Majesty, I'm afraid I would have been plotted against last time and still be in the dark. Qin Feng bowed to the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master, his expression very sincere. The intelligence brought by the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master was timely help to him. The Supreme Mystery Dragon Master shook his head. Your Majesty, there's no need to be so polite. We're all of the same race, so it's only natural for us to inform you. Moreover, we can't help you much. This time, you have to rely on yourself. Qin Feng nodded. The two chatted for a while. Then Qin Feng personally sent the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master out of the Sovereign Space's gate. However, before leaving, The Supreme Mystery Dragon Master suddenly turned around. Your Majesty, I've heard that your Dreamland Kingdom is very mysterious and unusual. I wonder if you can help me with something? After saying that, he bowed deeply to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master in surprise. Your Majesty, please tell me. As he spoke, he had already moved to the side. He cannot accept such a big bow so easily. Your Majesty, there's no need to be so polite. As long as it's not beyond the scope of my abilities, I'll definitely help if I can. His figure appeared dozens of steps away from the main hall. Seeing this, the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master's cold face revealed a wry smile. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. This matter is actually related to my son. I won't make things difficult for your Majesty. After a while, the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master had already left. Ao Xian woke up and appeared at the foot of Flying Cloud Mountain. He frowned slightly, as if he only understood why he appeared in the territory of primordial Xingqian School after a while. Far away, above the sovereign space, Qin Feng looked at Ao Xian at the foot of the mountain. The pitiful hearts of parents. Qin Feng sighed softly as he recalled the words of the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master before he left the Spirit Sea. Speaking of which, there were more than 3 ancestral dragons in the Spirit Sea. Including the ancestral dragons in the many neighboring worlds, there were more than 10 of them. Naturally, there were many second-generation ancestral dragons. East Sea Dragon Prince Ao Qing and North Sea Dragon Prince Ao Xian were both second-generation ancestral dragons. However, among the second-generation ancestral dragons, one was the dragon race's genius with the highest chance of reaching level 16 in this era, while the other was a bottom feeder. Moreover, in Qin Feng's opinion, Ao Xian's current cultivation level was a bit too low. Innate Deity King, before the Spirit Sea leveled up, was definitely an overlord, the king of gods. However, as the Spirit Sea leveled up and the world changed, he could at most be considered a hero, with some fame in a certain circle. In the trillions of voids, among the countless innate gods that were born endlessly, he could only be considered as above average. However, in reality, Ao Xian was not weak in the ancient era. Like Ao Qing, he was the top second-generation ancestral dragon under the dragon ancestor. In the ancient era, he was a group of the top geniuses. His title was Immortalized Emperor. However, everything was ruined by a woman. For this woman, Ao Xian was willing to give up everything, even turning against the Supreme Mystery Dragon Master. Fine, for the sake of Tai Xian, I'll help you for a while. As he thought, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the sky. The crisis was imminent, and he needed to take some countermeasures. Chapter 1492. Helping the profound Dragon Lord train his son was just a matter of convenience. Right now, the most important thing for Qin Feng was to deal with the hidden time Dragon Lord. That was a ticking time bomb. Qin Feng already had an idea. Qin Feng left the clone where he was. With a flash of light, he quietly left the Spirit Sea, using the power of the Chaos God Space. He quietly tore through space-time. The power of the Chaos God Space was extremely strong, but it was also very obscure. Without a sound, Qin Feng had already appeared at the periphery of a group of worlds. This was a completely unfamiliar group of worlds. This time, Qin Feng was not preparing to travel through space-time again and enter the infinite samsara. In front of him, the unfamiliar group of worlds was extremely large. Many of them contained rich resources, enough to make many emperor-level experts green with envy. However, for someone like Qin Feng, although these resources were precious, they were not enough to tempt him. This was the southwest of the Chaos Sea, in a small corner of a group of worlds. Currently, there were no powerful saint gods who had noticed this small world hidden within countless gray chaos chi flows. This was one of the space-time coordinates that Qin Feng had obtained from a group of reincarnators under the Limestone God Space. It was a resource under the Limestone God Space. In this extremely well-hidden, chaotic region, most of the worlds were young immature small worlds. These small worlds were densely packed. Although there were many of them, they were unable to give birth to God-level existences. In the center of these small worlds, there was a newly born greater world. Like the primordial God tree world, it could already give birth to God positions. The limestone god clearly valued this newly born greater world very much. He had even hidden the limestone god space outside of this greater world. There were many resources under the limestone god space, but with Qin Feng's chaos god space's deduction, there was an 80% to 90% chance that the limestone god space's nest was here. Qin Feng looked over, a cold smile in his eyes. This world was like a beehive. Although it was young, it seemed to be full of withering and declining auras. This world had already been plundered by the limestone god space. Most likely, it wouldn't be long before the limestone master god space was completely emptied out. Then, they would move the master god space once more in search for new worlds with rich resources. Compared to Qin Feng's mutually beneficial development model of lords, the Lord of Gods was different. The limestone sovereign space was, without question, much more savage. Everywhere they passed, they were like locusts. Many worlds were plundered and turned into nourishment for the Lord God space. Come out, limestone. I know you already know that I'm here. Qin Feng glanced at the surroundings, his gaze landing on the densely packed, small worlds. His expression was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice filled the countless small worlds. In the ears of the experts in the small worlds, the formless sound wave was merely a formless pressure. However, in the eyes of the real gods in the central Great Thousand world, it was like a terrifying storm that could destroy billions of people. For a moment, the color drained from his face. After a long while, Qin Feng looked at the primal chaos zone, which was still motionless, and a cold smile flashed at the corners of his mouth. Limestone, you should know very well that you're no match for me. Come out and tell me everything you know. I'll give you a chance to reincarnate. His indifferent voice was filled with a desolate, killing intent. A large portion of the small worlds seemed to have solidified in his killing intent. Seeing that there was still no movement, Qin Feng shook his head. Still not giving up? Or are you still trying to stall for time and wait for reinforcements? Qin Feng chuckled coldly. Good fortune manipulation. A formless white light surged behind him. In the next moment, it turned into an endless white divine light that swept past. Rumble. Countless small worlds were visible to the naked eye, like pyramids made of sand. They were destroyed and transformed into pure primal chaos vital energy within the divine light. Qin Feng's killing methods were not as cruel and savage as the other sacred gods. His methods were like the spring wind and rain. They were silent, but extremely effective. With a single strike, countless small worlds were turned upside down and returned to primal chaos. Countless living beings, mountains and rivers, space-time, and worlds were all turned into the most fundamental primal chaos Yuan Qi, including the sunset-like greater thousand world in the center, as well as the several true gods in it. Primeval Lord, don't you go too far. With a furious roar, the limestone master god's master god space finally appeared after the group of worlds were turned into primal chaos by the good fortune manipulation. Like a huge gray cloud, a terrifying aura that far surpassed that of an emperor-level true god was revealed. At the same time, a vast amount of energy surged and swept toward Qin Feng. The limestone master god's eyes were ferocious. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape the primeval Lord God's pursuit today. The only thing he could do now was to fight to the death and delay for some time until the serene Jade Master God arrived. The limestone Master God's Master God space collapsed and turned into a torrent that surged into his body, turning into a power that he had never possessed at his peak. There was a cold glint in the limestone Master God's eyes. With the expansion of this power, he even had a feeling that he could break through primal chaos and create a new world. Killing the detestable primeval Lord God before him was a piece of cake. However, when he thought about the Master God space that was destroyed and turned into divine power, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his heart. That was his accumulation over hundreds of eras. The murderous intent on his hideous face was cold as ice. He waved his hands continuously and shot out beams of terrifying gray divine light that attacked Qin Feng repeatedly. Boom! There was a terrifying power that could destroy 100 million worlds on his body. Amidst the gray light, the primal chaos airflow shattered and space-time shattered. It was as if the void had completely collapsed. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do you really think that by sacrificing your master god space and fighting with your back to the wall, you can turn the situation around? Qin Feng smiled coldly. 3 flowers vaguely appeared above his head, and a milky white divine light that seemed to come alive could be vaguely seen among the 3 flowers. That white light was like billions of lives, billions of space-time, and billions of universes surging within it. In the next moment, a vast torrent swept across the heavens. Then, something terrifying happened. The Earth-type super-divine art that the limestone master god had unleashed with all his might was annihilated. Streaks of gray divine light collided with a meteor-like white divine light and were instantly annihilated. The limestone master god's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Mobilizing the master god's divine power, he went all out to form one seal after another in an attempt to protect his body with a secret art. However, the moment the white divine light arrived, his divine body silently disintegrated. His eyes were filled with terror, shock, unwillingness, and resentment as he was reduced to ashes and disappeared into the void. Vaguely, a post-celestial great Tao manifested in the void. Within the great Tao, a formless true spirit was trying its best to be reborn from that boundless true spirit that had no beginning or end. That was the limestone master god's true spirit. The post-celestial holy god was also a holy god. It was one with the great Tao and possessed the essence of being immortal and indestructible. At this moment, where the white light passed, that true spirit was completely destroyed and turned into nothingness. Chapter 1493. The limestone master god had fallen. The endless void of primal chaos darkened. Blood mist roiled in the endless void for hundreds of millions of miles. The great Tao mourned as if it was the end of the world. After killing the limestone master god with a single blow, Qin Feng's forehead was filled with killing intent. Getting rid of the limestone master god meant that he had gotten rid of a portion of Taoist creation's claws. Looking over, countless small worlds had been completely annihilated where they stood. Billowing primal chaos, Qi surged. There were no traces of the countless worlds that had once existed here. The limestone master god was completely dead. In order to deal with Qin Feng's killer move, he had even destroyed his master god space and turned it into vitality to fight against Qin Feng. Apart from dead silence, there was nothing left. This made Qin Feng rather disappointed. After searching carefully and making sure that he did not miss anything, Qin Feng left this place and hurried to the serene Jade Master God's Master God space. This was an extremely prosperous world community. The world community here was rather unique. Countless jade green trees were rooted here. Most of the worlds were lush with green trees, just like the ancient wilderness. The air was fresh and filled with the charm of a natural forest. There was a rather serene atmosphere in the air. The path of the serene Jade Master God and the Limestone Master God were completely different. The path of the Limestone Master God was filled with barbaric plunder and brutal oppression. The path of the serene Jade Master God seemed to be even more natural. She built up an ecosystem just like farming. Step by step, she expanded her territory. Through the collection and nurturing of spirit roots, she allowed her natural forest Tao laws to become even more massive and deep-rooted. In the middle of the serene Jade Master God's Master God space, there was a world of mountains and rivers. In a green robe and long green hair, the serene Jade Master God suddenly opened his eyes. He was startled awake from comprehending the mysteries of the natural Great Tao Law. Not good. He sensed a terrifying, sudden inspiration that was about to explode in the depths of his primordial spirit. The serene jade master god's face turned pale. He could not care less about his own territory or even his master god space. In a flash, he was about to leave. But right at this moment, a terrifying pressure seemed to come from the outer world. Instantly, a divine light blocked in front of the serene jade master god, suppressing this natural world. The serene jade master god could clearly sense that the power of the serene jade master god space seemed to have been completely suppressed, and the power to cut through space-time had suddenly lost its effect. The post-celestial Tao of nature is ranked quite high among the many post-celestial Taos. When extended, it can be refined into innate creation, innate death, and innate five elements. A faint voice sounded. The serene jade master god's face had already turned ghastly pale. As the innate saint god of creation, I am supposed to be your nemesis. Your majesty by you. Do you agree with what I said? A faint white light seemed to have walked out of time. It was a white-robed man. His face was hazy and seemed to be ever-changing, without a single moment of pause. He stood there quietly, giving off the feeling that everything in the world was under his control, including the life of the serene jade chief god. It was completely unstoppable. The serene jade master god had seen Taoist creation before. He was also a master god who had cultivated the Khanate creation great Tao. Moreover, he seemed to be a second-step master god. Taoist creation gave him the feeling that he was high up in the sky, unfathomable and indifferent like the boundless great Tao, unfathomable. However, the danger he felt was not as direct and terrifying as it was now. Your Majesty, primordial beginning, there's no need to say more. Today I, the serene Jade Master, have fallen into your hands. You can do whatever you want with me. The serene Jade Master God's face was horrified. Qin Feng looked at the serene Jade Master God with a faint smile. The combat strength of the serene Jade Master God could not be compared to the limestone Master God, who specialized in plundering and killing. Furthermore, the Khanate creation great Tao that he cultivated was completely countered by the Khanate creation great Tao. Naturally, if he were to clash head-on, the serene Jade Master God would definitely die. With just a few moves, Qin Feng had the confidence to take down this Master God, shattering his bones, destroying his essence spirit, and scattering his soul. This was where the serene Jade Master God was smart. Clearly, he knew that he was no match for Qin Feng and might as well give up right away. Of course, the serene Jade Master God did not give up on the chance to live just like that. Qin Feng was sure that if he were to strike, the serene Jade Master God would definitely not give up without a fight. He would probably fight to the death for a chance at survival. Putting on such a front was merely the serene Jade Master God strategy. Clearly, anyone who could become a saint god would not be simple. Sneering coldly in his heart, Qin Feng said indifferently, "Serene Jade, swear a great Tao oath to submit to me and tell me everything you know. If you do not tell me, I can overlook your previous actions and confer you the title of the third saint god of the god system." Hearing that, the serene Jade Master God's sorrowful expression froze for a moment. A hint of struggle appeared in his eyes, which turned into determination. "I am indebted to your majesty, but I will definitely not submit to anyone." The serene Jade Master God's voice fell. Then his gaze landed on Qin Feng. "However, I can swear a great Tao oath to not go against your majesty for 3 generations and to tell your majesty all the secrets I know." Every master god had a state of mind that was tempered and perfect. They would not easily submit to others. Qin Feng had long been mentally prepared for this. His gaze narrowed slightly and landed on the serene Jade Master God. The serene Jade Master God felt goosebumps all over his body. Although his state of mind was tough, he felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar at this moment. A terrifying chill froze his entire body, making him feel as though he was about to suffocate. Under that gaze, it was as though countless eras had passed. The serene Jade Master God had never felt so unbearable before. Incredulous beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead and slid down his cheeks. To kill or not to kill? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. He raised his head after a moment. The serene Jade Master God's expression froze. At this moment, the serene Jade Master God almost thought that he had completely fallen. In fact, he had already fallen in the next moment. A vast white light, like a sharp blade that pierced through the heavens, wiped out his divine body, primordial spirit, and even the little bit of true spirit that was attached to the postnatal Great Tao. Why? The serene Jade Master God's remaining vitality prevented him from completely falling. His eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, flashing with a hint of disbelief. He was confident that by retreating like this, the primordial emperor would not attack him again. As he cultivated the postnatal Great Tao, he was extremely sensitive to killing intent. Qin Feng clearly didn't have any killing intent towards him. There's no reason. I really can't think of any other reason to let you live if you don't submit. Facing the serene Jade Master God's venomous and unwilling eyes, Qin Feng smiled coldly. The truth was as such. Through the Mystery Dragon Master, Qin Feng already knew most of what he needed to know. Even if he did not know, he could still make a rough deduction for the Master God space. Moreover, the serene Jade Master God's so-called Great Tao oath seemed to be full of loopholes and was not sincere at all. Who knew? After sparing his life, the serene Jade Master God would turn around and cause trouble for him. If one did not remove the roots when cutting weeds, they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. The serene Jade Master God seemed to understand. Looking at Qin Feng, a hint of hatred flashed across his face. His divine body disintegrated soundlessly, turning into specks of silver light. Piece by piece, it disintegrated into ashes and disappeared into the void. Chapter 1494. Rumble. The sound of thunder reverberated through this world cluster. The void universe darkened. The 3,000 great Taos lost their balance and shook violently. Countless races that were born from the postnatal Great Tao, such as the elf race, or experts who cultivated the postnatal Great Tao of nature, suddenly lost all of their divine power at this moment. It was as if all the laws related to the postnatal Great Tao in the various world clusters had withered and shattered. But soon, new postnatal Great Tao was born, filling up the void and reshaping the order of the world. Qin Feng looked at the void. Countless worlds were flourishing and developing here. This place was well preserved. The serene Jade Master God's life force was wiped out by Qin Feng with a single strike of his sword. He did not have time to do anything extreme or destroy this place. That's a good thing for me. Qin Feng had a smile on his face. This world was not like the world clusters under the limestone Master God that had been squeezed dry. This place was well preserved. Moreover, due to the serene Jade Master God's special nomological offering method, this place was rich in resources. This was especially so for the greater thousand world in the center called the Nature Mainland. It was full of vitality. It far surpassed the Feluan crystal wall system and the Star River that Qin Feng controlled. Even the primordial divine tree world was slightly inferior. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the other side. After the serene Jade Master God space lost the control of the serene Jade Master God, it began to evolve naturally. It was showing signs of merging with the Nature Mainland. It merged with the serene Jade Master God space. Rumble. It was like a roaring river. The natural source of the Nature Mainland was gradually increasing. The spiritual energy in the mainland was also increasing, and a portion of the extremely precious connate vitality appeared. A new mainland full of spiritual roots, spiritual mountains, and spiritual herbs appeared in the outer sea of the Nature Mainland. At the same time, with the fall of the serene Jade Master God, this great world that was covered by the serene Jade Master God's divine power was about to be exposed to the chaos. This exposure was extremely fatal. It could easily attract the attention of those abnormally strong void ancient beasts in the void. Those void, ancient beasts and chaos demon gods that lived in the depths of the endless void loved to devour such worlds that had no protection. This was especially true for chaos demon gods. Chaos demon gods were one of the most dangerous types of demon gods. Most of the chaos demon gods were transformed from some gods who had transcended the epic. Ordinary gods lived as long as the heavens. However, after the cycle of an era, unless the demon gods born in the previous era were willing to seal themselves and wait for the birth of a new god in the new era, they could only leave the continent where they were born and find a new place to settle down. For example, they could ascend to one of the 33 heavens or simply become a chaos demon god, wandering in the endless void and chaos. Many fiend celestials would choose to stay. This was because the powerful continent could withstand the dangers in the endless chaos void. Even though the Deva's 5 decay could weaken the fiend celestials to a certain extent at the turn of the epic, the fiend celestials were still in the chaos void. For example, the ancient true gods of the primordial age and the primordial age on the Spirit Sea continent had their divine kingdoms sealed in the outer planes of the Spirit Sea continent. There are also many planes in the periphery of the Linghai continent. Those planes might not be as good as the central material plane of the Linghai continent, but they could still live comfortably. However, once they left the Spirit Sea continent, they wouldn't be able to live so comfortably. In that case, the God Fiend would only have two choices. One was to enter the upper realm of the 33 heavens, and the other was to wander around the primal chaos. Let's first talk about entering the upper realms of the 33 heavens. There were countless gods in the 33 heavens. Newly ascended gods would only be the lowest level of existence when they entered. If they were lucky, they could protect themselves and join a faction. If they were unlucky, they might be captured and become the slaves of other gods. Or they might even die in the hands of a certain god. Entering the chaos wasn't a good choice either. The chaos was filled with all kinds of terrifying places. There were also some extremely vicious chaos demon gods who specialized in hunting down the demon gods born in the new era. In addition, the experts of various god systems also liked to wander the chaos, adventuring in the endless chaos in search of treasures. The endless void and chaos was extremely vast. While it was filled with all kinds of dangers, it was also filled with countless treasures. If one could find one, their cultivation might immediately skyrocket. It was comparable to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. However, the chaos was so vast that it was easy to lose one's way or even find the way back. Only overgod experts could use the power of space-time to locate themselves. In short, without the protection and concealment of the overgod's divine power, an existence like the natural continent was a huge piece of fat meat. However, this wasn't a problem for Qin Feng. It just so happened that he could take over this huge natural world. It was invisible to the naked eye. Behind him, a vast and boundless world appeared. Vaguely, it looked like a huge, majestic, and terrifying palace. A white, formless light of transcendence swept through the chaos, enveloping this natural world. At the same time, a space-time coordinate was solidified in the palace behind Qin Feng. In the overgod space, in the area belonging to the Pantheon Temple, countless gods of various god systems could see a large natural world appear through the Pantheon Temple. Natural continent, attribute. Nature, classification. Boundless world, world that can give birth to god position. Resources, abundant. Open recruitment, authority. Open access to the God King of Natural Continent, limited to nature-type gods, duration of 3 years. Requirements: strength, God King realm, merit points, 3 million, contribution authority, mystic level 3 and above. Priority given to those with higher authority. Wow, a new boundless world has appeared, and it's a large world with extremely abundant resources. There's so many spiritual roots. I'm dazzled. Gosh, open access. That means anyone can apply to go to the natural world and become a god king. If one can become a god king and enjoy the origin alone, with the support of billions of living beings, one's cultivation speed will be 10 times faster than other experts of the same level. At this moment, in the Pantheon Temple, the Feloin Divine Range, the Galaxy Divine Range, the Ancient Underworld Divine Range, and the several divine ranges of the Spirit Sea, all the gods were in an uproar, their eyes wide open. In the outer plane of the Spirit Sea continent, in a large divine kingdom belonging to the Spirit Sea divine system, there were countless divine kingdoms and immortal caves. In one of the vast divine kingdoms, where ice water occupied most of the space, a god king in black opened his eyes, unable to hide his excitement. He was the first to notice the changes in the Pantheon Temple. He was God King Black Ice. Spirit Sea Divine System, one of the 16 god kings of the Water Division, born in the North Sea Ice Dragon Clan, one of the Dragon Kings of the Ice Dragon Clan. Since the birth of the Spirit Sea Divine System, he had joined the Spirit Sea Divine System and became one of the 16 god kings under the 8 god emperors of the Water Division. Now, he was in a high position, with countless divine soldiers and divine generals waiting outside his mansion. At this moment, the powerful god king lost his composure. "It's a greater thousand world without a master," he muttered to himself. In his excitement, the usually cold god king's eyes lit up. Furthermore, the 4 levels of resources are marked with the word abundant. Among the 4 levels of universe, Aeon, Flood, and Desolation, this is at least an Aeon-level existence. I have to seize this opportunity. Whether or not I can become a god king with true power will depend on this. God King Black Ice rubbed his hands, his eyes blazing. If he could control that natural world, it might not be long before he could surpass the 8 god emperors and even the great celestial master of the Water Division. What was a god king, the king of all gods? Only a god king who owned a greater thousand world could be considered a true god king. Currently, the Pantheon Temple did not have many greater thousand worlds under its control. Apart from the Feloin Crystal Wall system, most of them were not open to the public. This was the first greater thousand world opened by the god system. Not only God King Black Ice, but many other god kings were like sharks who smell blood, rubbing their palms. Chapter 1495. In the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace of the Spirit Sea God System, there were countless divine mountains with 7-colored divine light surging. There were countless spiritual roots in the celestial mountain, and spiritual energy was rolling. On the mountain, many spiritual roots were swaying in the wind, and the multicolored light was unceasing. Among them, there was no lack of top-grade spiritual roots and even innate spiritual roots. The Zhangxiang Crown Prince's residence was in the depths of the celestial mountain. It was the residence of the only crown prince in the Spirit Sea God system, the Zhangxiang Crown Prince. In the residence, the thick smoke of the concentrated mind incense rose. The concentrated mind incense was very precious. Not only did it strengthen the primordial spirit, but it also had the effect of purifying one's mind and expelling one's inner demons. In the smoke of the concentrated mind incense, there was a high chance of enlightenment. The crafting process of the concentrated mind incense was very complicated, especially the main ingredients. Supreme grade, orbs of will, 10,000 years soul nurturing wood, 10,000 calamity hero spirit liquid. All of them were extremely precious. If it was in other forces, one could only buy 1 or 2 pieces of it without tens of thousands of top-grade divine crystals. Moreover, it was priceless. It could only be found by chance. However, in the Spirit Sea God system, it was only provided by the God Kings. The Spirit Sea God system was extremely huge and had countless resources in its hands. The treatment it received was absolutely enviable. Even some God Emperors of other sects might not be able to enjoy the same treatment as the high-level innate gods in other god systems. As the only crown prince under the Master God, the Zhangxiang Crown Prince was the God King of the Wood Residence under the Thunder Tribe of the 8 tribes. He was the leader of hundreds of millions of Wood-type innate gods. His status was extraordinarily high. The concentrated mind incense in the Sangxiong Crown Prince's residence was naturally the best and of the best quality. On the futon, the Sangxiong Crown Prince's appearance resembled Qin Feng to a great extent. His original form was a world tree. After being enlightened by Qin Feng and gaining sentience, he was filled with admiration. Therefore, after transforming, his appearance was based on Qin Feng. The 5 qis in his chest were rolling, the auspicious clouds were rolling, and the green lotuses were blooming. Faintly, one could hear the chanting of Sanskrit. Amidst the auspicious clouds, 3 large, round, and clean relics appeared. Qin Feng's knowledge was extremely complex, including martial arts, demonic arts, immortal arts, Buddhist arts, sorcery arts, sacrificial arts, and magic arts. Most of the secret techniques were listed in the library in the creator space. As long as one had enough merit points, they could exchange for many true inheritances. Most of them chose martial arts, but there were also some who cultivated on the side. For example, Shinsu was a dual cultivator of Buddhism in both worlds. As for the Sangxiong Crown Prince, he was a cultivator of immortal, Buddhist, and martial arts. Similarly, he had begun to walk his own path. There was an extremely powerful aura on his body, and a world tree that reached the heavens and the earth vaguely appeared behind him. The world tree's crown towered into the sky, as if it was supporting countless huge worlds. It had a grand and majestic atmosphere. Suddenly, his expression changed. The auspicious cloud above his head retracted into the 3-inch spiritual platform. He abruptly opened his eyes. Nature continent. As he muttered, a strange look flashed across his eyes. He couldn't hide his excitement. The natural continent manifested in the Pantheon Temple was filled with countless spiritual roots, and the cultivation system seemed to be dominated by the wood element. For the wood element innate gods, this was a natural paradise. Crown Prince, do you see it? The Pantheon Temple has publicly revealed a huge nature element boundless world. That is the natural habitat of our race. At this time, outside the Crown Prince's palace, several wood god clan innate deity kings came together. Among them were the 4 innate deity kings: Jade Cloud Wood Ancestor, Thundercloud Wood Ancestor, Bodhi Wood Ancestor, and Primal Chaos Wood Ancestor. Jade Cloud Wood Ancestor was an ancient divine tree in Xingqian school that had transformed. Back in the savage battlefield, when they attacked the Jin Guang nation, Qin Feng had met him several times and even helped him plot against the Golden Glaze ancient tree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Wood Ancestor. Thundercloud Wood Ancestor and Bodhi Wood Ancestor came from the depths of the savage barren spirit realm and were the grand ancestors of the divine wood race. Bodhi Wood Ancestor was a wood ancestor that had transformed in the primordial Pure Land Zen Sect's ruins. Primordial Wood Ancestor was even more closely related to Qin Feng, as it was formed from the primordial chaos ancient tree in the Lord God dimension. After the heaven and earth leveled up, the primordial chaos ancient tree finally transformed into an innate deity king. The 4 wood elemental deity kings that had transformed into primordial chaos ancient tree were excited beyond words. Crown Prince, you must not miss this opportunity. If our spiritual root bloodline can obtain that natural continent, we will be able to produce even more people in the shortest amount of time. This concerns our entire race, so you must fight for it. Thundercloud Wood Ancestor said fervently. The spiritual roots were created by the heaven and earth, bathed in the essence of the sun and moon, and since ancient times, the transformation of the spiritual roots had been difficult. Those that could transform were rare. To be able to become a powerhouse with a spiritual root was even rarer. In order to strengthen the Ling race that had transformed from the spiritual roots, the few innate deity kings had worked so hard. I have received the favor of all the god kings and the experts of the spirit race. You have all honored this crown prince as the spirit king. This one will naturally fight for the benefits of the spirit race and will not disappoint all of you. Crown Prince Song Qiu nodded. But then he said again, "But elders, you should know that merit points are not easy to obtain. As soon as he said that, blue sky would ancestor, thundercloud would ancestor, Bodhi would ancestor, and primal chaos would ancestor all frowned. Merit points and authority level were the two most important things in the Ling High God system. Merit points were the opposite of Xingqian School's contribution points exchange system. Only by contributing to the God system, completing the missions issued by the God system, and giving treasures, spiritual materials, elixirs, spiritual fire, and so on to the sect, merit points could be obtained. Merit points were extremely useful and could be exchanged for all kinds of cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, and even spiritual mountains and blessed lands from the sect. As for the contribution authority, it could only be granted after completing some high-grade, difficult, or complicated missions. There were many precious items on the merit board that could only be purchased with a certain amount of contribution authority. For example, this time's mission of governing the natural continent. The contribution authority level was divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, with the lowest being yellow and the highest being heaven. Generally speaking, even the godly emperors of the various divisions were only mystic rank level 1. There was still a long way to go before reaching mystic rank level 3. As for the godly kings below the godly emperors, they were granted a lower contribution authority level, yellow rank level 6. As for the blue sky wood ancestor, thundercloud wood ancestor, Bodhi wood ancestor, and primal chaos wood ancestor, they were below the godly kings of the wood residents, and their contribution authority level was only yellow rank level 4. Many good things could only be seen, but not bought. Crown Prince Song Xiong was not only the godly king of the wood residents, but he was also the crown prince of the god system. His contribution authority level was an additional level, which was mystic rank level 6. It was equivalent to the 8 great heavenly masters. That was indeed enough. However, merit points were not easy to obtain. 3 million merit points was not a small amount, even for the entire newborn Ling clan. Of course, even if the Ling clan could gather it, they would still face a big problem. One had to know that Crown Prince Song Xiong was not the only one qualified to compete for the position of the godly kings of the nature continent. There were also the 8 great heavenly masters. Chapter 1496. What a pity! It actually requires a mystic class level 3 authorization. At this moment, in the Pharaon gray space, within the divine kingdom of life, the goddess of life of the elves, Anyaris, and the elven godly king both had looks of regret on their faces. Naturally, the abundance of resources on the continent, especially the number of divine trees, made people's eyes red with envy. It was the most suitable habitat for the elves who relied on the laws of the forest. Unfortunately, the requirements were too high. The two of them had reached the level of a god king. However, the 3 million contribution points and contribution authority were truly something to look up to. 3 million merit points were enough to buy more than 3 connate spiritual roots. Innate spiritual roots were like innate godly spirits. They were born from the innate essence Qi and were extremely precious. Innate spiritual roots were extremely rare, even if it was the spirit race. There were only a few clans that used spirit roots and spirit herbs to take human form. The elf clan was not very powerful among all the clans under the god system. They could not gather such a terrifying amount of merit points. Also, the contribution authority was like a heavenly mirror. Under normal circumstances, the contribution authority was almost impossible to surpass. It could only be obtained from the nets above, snares below. Only those who had made great contributions to the world could have their contribution authority raised. Of course, the heavenly dragnet was no longer limited to the spirit sea. Through the chief god space, it wasn't just the spirit sea. The immemorial divine tree world, the land of stars, and the Pharaon crystal wall had all set up an inescapable net, vaguely responding to each other. In the land of the galaxy, the rich resources of the nature continent were displayed in the main god space, which also caused a huge response. However, compared to the gods of the Pharaon god system, who were relatively wealthy, the gods of the Pharaon god system were much more powerful. The star gods of the Star River had all been subdued by the innate star ancestor not long ago. Thus, they were all penniless, including the Ocean Emperor, the strongest star god of the ocean race. That's not right. Not everyone is poor. In the Star River continent, the number one sect under the heavens, the Myriad Star sect, was faintly discernible. Numerous star gods also saw the natural continent hanging from the master god space, and all of them cried out in excitement. Sect leader, this is an opportunity for our Myriad Star sect to grow stronger again. You must not miss it. That's right, sect master. You must seize this opportunity. With your relationship with the Overlord, as long as you're willing to ask, the Overlord will definitely give the nature continent to our Myriad Star sect. Sect master, you have to think about it carefully this time. The group of star gods scratched their ears and cheeks as they looked at the gigantic natural continent, their hearts itching unbearably. Relying on the preaching of the primordial star ancestor, the star gods and the entire galaxy, who were originally just legends, erupted like a geyser. In the Myriad Star sect, many elders had made breakthroughs in the past decade or so. Within the palace, there were already no less than a dozen star gods in the Myriad Star Palace. Shut up. Above the constellation in the center, there was a young woman in her late 20s. She was dressed in a fiery red robe. Her facial features were exquisite. Her face was charming, and her skin was white and tender. She wore a tight leather skirt that perfectly outlined her well-rounded figure. This was a stunningly beautiful woman. However, there was a dignified look on her face that made it difficult for strangers to approach her. Feng Yi glanced at this group of star gods who had just advanced. Seeing Feng Yi berate them, the numerous star gods hurriedly shut their mouths. This celestial phoenix lord was already one of the top 10 existences in this realm. And what was even more remarkable was her relationship with the celestial ancestor. The celestial ancestor was the reincarnation of that master god's clone that descended into this realm. Among the star gods, this was already an open secret. Phoenix Queen Feng Yi looked at the depths of the 33 heavens in the sky. Her beautiful brows slightly furrowed as she pondered whether or not to make a move. Phoenix Queen Feng Yi was not as simple as the Myriad Star sect's sect master on the surface. She also had another identity. She was the deity king of the Spirit Sea God System's god of Wealth Palace. She held the details of the major transactions in the inescapable net, as well as the master of the transactions behind the inescapable net in the various worlds. She held the purse of the Spirit Sea God System's gods. If not for this, she would not have been able to advance from an ordinary star god who had just broken through the star god level to an innate deity king in just a decade or so. Now, she was not far away from the position of an innate deity emperor. If she really wanted to fight with Feng Yi's ability, she had some confidence. She was in charge of the divine system's financial department. She was good at management. In addition, she had the universal trading space in her hands. The merit points she had were far from what her poor compatriots in the same batch could compare with. She had even placed the innate world's trading space in a part of the worlds outside of the Spirit Sea God System's control. As for the contribution authority, it was a problem for ordinary gods and even deity emperors. But for Feng Yi, it was not a problem at all. After thinking for a moment, Feng Yi's eyes flashed, and she rejected the opinions of the many star god elders. In fact, the natural continent was of no use to her. If she had the time to fight for the natural continent, she would rather manage the innate world's trading space. The innate world's trading space contained a huge amount of fortune. It was not like she did not have any competitors for the position of the treasury's head. Immemorial divine tree realm. Under the cloud ridge, in the huge Joyo city, many underworld gods gathered in the city lord's manor. Underworld Empress, are we really not going to fight for the natural continent? Yes, the natural continent contains countless spirit roots. These spirit roots can nourish the grotto heaven and the divine body. It's a pity to give it up. This will be of great benefit to the Silver Moon clan. In the middle of the city lord's manor, there were two divine thrones. Sitting in the back, The Queen of Silver Moon stroked her increasingly obvious belly. She was dressed in white, cold and beautiful. When she heard the title, Underworld Empress, she frowned slightly. Ever since she found out that the Spirit Sea realm had given birth to the earthly emperor, she disliked the Underworld Empress more and more. She preferred these underworld gods to call her deity Empress. It's all your father's fault. He has so many concubines. As the deity in her belly grew, even the Queen of Silver Moon, who was extremely intelligent, would often be distracted. There was no lack of resentment and anger, especially after she found out that Qin Feng had officially married Bai Yin, and that fox spirit in the galaxy. When she thought about how that fox spirit controlled the important innate world's trading space of the innate network, the Queen of Silver Moon was in a bad mood. Many underworld gods were arguing, but when they saw the goddess in the back seat in a daze, their voices became much softer. The deity Empress did not seem to have the time to fight for the natural continent. Many underworld gods looked at each other and were much less excited. Actually, they had already firmly occupied the immemorial divine tree realm. With this realm as their foundation and the deity in the Silver Moon consort's manor, they were in an invincible position. Chapter 1497. As one of Qin Feng's concubines, Queen Silver Moon ruled over the ancient divine tree world on behalf of Qin Feng. She was also one of the wealthiest people in the celestial system. However, Queen Silver Moon really didn't care for the nature continent. As the supreme ruler of the divine tree world and the surface of the netherworld, she didn't care about the nature continent at all. She could sense the changes happening in the divine tree world. The divine tree world was slowly merging with the Spirit Sea world. Originally, the divine tree world was half detached from the Spirit Sea. But after the divine tree world ascended into a great world and started giving birth to deity thrones, the divine tree world became a vassal of the Spirit Sea world because of Qin Feng. But things were different now. Queen Silver Moon could sense that the divine tree world was merging with the Spirit Sea under a powerful force from the void. Queen Silver Moon once heard from Qin Feng that when the Spirit Sea ascended, there would be 3,000 great worlds as vassals. The ancient divine tree world was the first. The first vassal would also reap the most benefits. As the ruler of the underworld with the highest rank in the ancient divine tree world, Queen Silver Moon would undoubtedly reap the most benefits. This was the reason why Queen Silver Moon didn't want to compete for the nature continent. Now, although she was sitting in the palace, her soul felt as if it was one with the ancient divine tree world. She was personally feeling the merging of the Spirit Sea and the ancient divine tree world. At the same time, the Spirit Sea also had a miraculous origin that merged with the ancient divine tree world. The ancient divine tree world took up the majority of the benefits, and she also received a significant portion of it. And it was this significant portion that allowed her to easily ascend into the deity level and quickly surpass the deity king level. She went against the innate order and became one of the few in the divine tree world who cultivated the innate deity king body. Not only innate deity king, Queen Silver Moon could also feel that if she could fully merge with the innate deity king body, it wouldn't be a problem for her to become an innate deity emperor. Although both deity emperors and innate deity emperors were deity emperors, there was a huge difference between them. Be it potential or prowess, innate deity emperors were far stronger than ordinary deity emperors. Generally speaking, even the Spirit Sea world wouldn't directly give birth to an innate deity emperor. Among the innate gods, the innate deity king level, the innate deity king body, even the most talented deity emperors, innate deity emperor, only the lords of the great thousand worlds under the Spirit Sea had the chance to become one. At present, only the Queen of Silver Moon had comprehended this profound mystery. Without a doubt, as an innate deity emperor, his potential was definitely top-notch, far surpassing those innate deity kings. The Queen of Silver Moon's pursuit of the Tao far exceeded that of ordinary people. Naturally, she would not neglect the essentials and pursue the trifles. Within the sovereign space, after killing the two overgods, limestone, and serene jade, and successfully taking over the serene jade, Overgod's inheritance. Qin Feng returned to the Overgod space. In the Creator's Hall at the center of the Creator space, another source of world origin power appeared above the central origin pool, and it flowed like an endless stream. Absorbing this new world origin force, the Creator space slowly perfected the precepts of heaven and earth, and more connate origin force was born. The world was expanding bit by bit. As the world tree, the chaos ancient tree in the center was already extremely tall. Compared to when the Master God's divine nations was just born, it was already 100 times thicker, 1,000 times thicker. The branches spread out, and the entire chaotic mountain range in the center was completely covered. It was an indescribably magnificent sight. Even the sun in the sky looked like it was rising from the crown of the world tree. Every strand of the blazing sun's brilliance could easily refine a god-king. Strangely, however, when it landed on the branches, it was as if the flames were all absorbed by the thick tree trunk and the leaves exuding chaos chi. All sorts of blazing poisonous flames were refined, transforming into creation origin force that nourished all things. The Chaos World Tree's primordial spirit had long since taken human form. Since this spirit root had become the World Tree, Qin Feng had originally not intended for it to develop sentience. However, he was indebted to the tree for helping him reach Tao. Thanks to its protection in the past, he decided to spare it. However, even so, he couldn't allow it to continue staying in the Chaos World Tree. Several years ago, when his spirit sea had advanced, Qin Feng had plucked the primordial spirit and merged it with a Chaos World Tree's seedling to take human form. As the Creator space advanced from the Creator realm to the Chaos realm, the Chaos World Tree had undergone several transformations as well. It grew larger and taller, as if it could support the stars in the heavens. The countless stars, as well as the subordinate low-level planes outside the Creator space, were like the countless fruits on the trunk of this ancient tree. Qin Feng looked around and saw that apart from the chaos ancient tree that had grown into a chaos world tree in the Creator space, there were also a few other spirit roots that had undergone many miraculous changes as they advanced. For example, the Sui Sovereign Ancient Tree. The Sui Sovereign Ancient Tree was the second fire elemental spirit root that Qin Feng had obtained. It was rooted in the south of the Chaos continent, forming the 100,000 volcanoes. Now, the Sui Sovereign Ancient Tree was as tall as the sky, and its fiery red roots covered countless volcanoes. In the area covered by its roots, many fire elemental innate gods were born. The Sui Sovereign Ancient Tree's primordial spirit had also taken human form, turning into an innate deity king that resided in the 100,000 volcanoes in the south. This was one of the few innate deity kings that were born in the Chaos continent in the Creator space. There was also the Radiance Ancient Tree in the Radiance Heavenly Realm. The Radiance Ancient Tree protected the Radiance race and was worshipped by the Radiance race. On the other side, in the Darkness Abyss realm, the Sinful Ancient Tree's primordial spirit was also nurturing. It grew by absorbing the negative energy of the heavens and was the innate Lord of Darkness. Under the Sinful Ancient Tree's dragon-like roots, countless innate demon eggs were being nurtured on the banks of the river Styx. These innate demons were a type of innate darkness god. They looked extremely strong, and there were many high-level innate demon lords among them. There were also the Ancient Tree of Life, the Ancient Tree of Earth, the Ancient Tree of Ice, the Ancient Tree of Dragon Blood, the Yellow Lotus of Earth, the Three Gourd Vines, and so on. The Chaos continent was thriving. Its heaven and earth laws were expanding day by day, and it only needed to nurture the innate primordial origin chi that was also known as the mother of all chi before it could ascend to the primordial level. However, this step was already extremely difficult. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the water elemental realm. In the water elemental realm, the silly bird that had taken over the ice ancient tree had evolved into a three-tailed ice phoenix. The silly bird's bloodline was not strong, much weaker than the innate true spirits. But with Zhong Yu as its master, It was favored by the world's origin force. In addition to the silly bird's stupidity, it was trying its best to evolve into an innate divine body. If it could grow 6 tails and become a 6-tailed ice phoenix, it would have the potential to become an innate deity king. Chapter 1498. There was also Lord Ba. Lord Ba had sneakily returned to the Spirit Sea when the Spirit Sea leveled up. He had also brought the little 9-tailed fox with him. The leveling up of the Spirit Sea was a rare opportunity. It had also cultivated the Khanate Golden Crow True Body, and it was a mutated Khanate Golden Crow King. Qin Feng's eyes flashed as he saw the changes in the creator space. On the other side, the fusion of the primordial divine tree world and the Spirit Sea was also being monitored and analyzed by the creator space. In the deduction module, countless numbers of data were analyzed by the white light condensed by the creator space. Qin Feng's eyes flashed as he scanned the data. Qin Feng had once thought of condensing the heavenly Tao in the creator space. The heavenly Tao's deduction ability was extremely strong, far above the instincts of the creator space. However, the heavenly Tao was unpredictable and could easily give birth to its own intelligence. It could even turn against the creator. Due to this huge flaw, he couldn't make up his mind. Moreover, the heavenly Tao and the creator gods were natural opposites. The fusion of the two worlds created various mysteries that were extremely beneficial to the creator gods, especially the collision of great Taos and the fusion of great Taos. They could use this to see the mysteries of space. It was very significant. However, Qin Feng didn't have the time to immerse himself in it for thousands or even tens of thousands of years to settle down. Including the leveling up of the primordial universe and the Spirit Sea, he had used the power of the creator space to turn them into imprints and temporarily store them. He could slowly digest these benefits after the crisis of the Spirit Sea was resolved. As Qin Feng pushed the primordial divine tree world into the Spirit Sea, it could be seen with the naked eye. Rumble. In the sky of the Spirit Sea realm, there was a sea of rainbow-colored light. Purple gas surged, flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. It was as if they were celebrating the return of the first greater world of the Spirit Sea. At this moment, in the trillions of voids, countless experts felt the special vibration in the Spirit Sea. They were all shocked. However, there were also Emperor-level experts who comprehended the mysteries within. The first greater thousand world of the Spirit Sea has returned to its place. In the Earth Marsh Divine region, on top of a huge mountain peak, there were many Buddhist temples here. The evening drum and morning bell rang, and Buddhist light could be faintly seen. In the center of the Pure Land Temple, a handsome monk with rosy lips and white teeth was sitting on a lotus platform. He was preaching the supreme Buddhist Dharma. Feeling the vibration in the void, the boundless Buddhist chanting suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes, and a circle of sacred Buddhist light bloomed behind his head. It was as if a boundless Buddhist kingdom was manifesting within it. There were also the sounds of all living beings and spirits chanting. Zen sounds rang out, and a strange fragrance assailed his nostrils. As he opened his eyes, strange phenomena appeared. It's the boundless world. Looking at the horizon, Shinsu's eyes flashed with a strange light as he thought to himself, "Now that I'm in charge of the Zen sect of Pure Land and the hope of all the Buddhas, I have to plan well and fight for a pure land for all the Buddhas." In front of him, some of the monks who were listening to Shun Xiu's preaching stopped abruptly. They opened their eyes, and instantly, their primordial spirit relics felt the commotion outside the Spirit Sea realm. The Greater Kiliacosm. So it's the Greater Kiliacosm. The Spirit Sea realm has 3,000 worlds. The group of monks also comprehended some kind of mystery. For a moment, joy flashed between their brows. The Spirit Sea realm focused on martial arts. It was difficult for the Buddhist Dharma to flourish here. However, such a boundless world gave the Buddhists a glimmer of hope. There was hope for the Buddhist Dharma to flourish. The group of new Buddhist powerhouses were all beaming with joy. In the Emperor Shi sect, seeing the spirit sea realm tremble in the sudden boundless world, the three remaining god emperors, Emperor Tian Xian, Emperor Li Hua, and Emperor Zhao Hua, looked at each other. They all saw the strange light in each other's eyes. Opportunity. This was a new opportunity. The spirit sea continent was gradually covered by the inescapable net. The inescapable net was pervasive, and the net of law was strict. The survival space of the various sects and forces was further compressed. Although the boundless world was not as big as the spirit sea continent, it could still give birth to a deity position. Entering it would allow them to avoid the flying cloud mountain and make a comeback. The boundless world. In the immemorial 10 paths, the myriad spirit paths, myriad spirit god emperor had a strange look. Many god kings were gathered in the myriad spirit palace. The myriad spirit emperor was the founder of the myriad spirit Tao. He was a peerless powerhouse in the primordial age. The boundless world. In the primordial age, it was said that those who obtained the boundless world could condense it into one and become immortal. Although they are not as strong as overgods, they have surpassed the emperor realm to a certain extent. Most importantly, becoming the master of the boundless world is extremely beneficial for the unification of Tao in the future. The myriad spirit emperor's expression was solemn. As an existence born in the first epoch of the primordial age, he knew some secrets. For example, the first Taoist born in the primordial age, primordial chaos Taoist, had once become the ruler of the spirit sea. The same was true for the 3 primordial age sovereigns and the Eastern Wilderness Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have surpassed the powerhouses of his generation in such a short period of time. In just one epoch or a few epochs, he had broken through to the 16th level of the Holy God realm. However, despite knowing the benefits of the boundless world, the myriad spirit emperor did not look very happy. Instead, he looked gloomy and murderous. Clearly, with the overgod of the flying cloud mountain around, no one else could even dream of obtaining such benefits. The myriad spirit Tao could not bear the wrath of overgod. He took a deep breath and suppressed the unwillingness and anger in the depths of his heart. The myriad spirit emperor calmed himself down. Right now, they could only wait. When the second overgod appeared in the spirit sea continent, their chance would come. In the netherworld ghost kingdom, the 10 netherworld ghost kings were gathered together. Did you all feel it? The netherworld empress had a strange expression. Beside her, Lord Blood Fiend, Lord Black Fiend, Lord Dark Fire, Lord White Bone, Lord Lewin High, Lord Evil Good, Lord Dark Mountain, Lord Dead Sea, and the other netherworld ghost kings were either pondering or looking into the sky. Of course, the 10 netherworld ghost kings sensed that the boundless world also had the netherworld mansion. Although the primordial divine tree world had just merged, this feeling was definitely not wrong to the netherworld ghost kings who controlled a part of the netherworld mansion's origin. The netherworld mansion was the exclusive property of the earthly sovereign's bloodline. They would definitely not allow anyone to touch it. This was a matter of luck and the battle of the great Tao. Looks like we have something to do soon. Lord Bloodfiend, the one with the strongest murderous aura, said, "Don't do anything rash. Have you all forgotten about the Spirit Sea Divine Branch's netherworld god bloodline that our teacher told us about?" Among the 10 kings, Lord Dark Mountain scolded with a gloomy expression. The 10 netherworld deity kings had spent most of their time in seclusion to cultivate their reverse innate divine bodies. Only Lord Dark Mountain was an exception due to his unique divine body. As such, most of the matters in the netherworld kingdom were handed over to Lord Dark Mountain. You mean the netherworld god bloodline in the primordial divine tree world? The remaining netherworld deity kings immediately reacted. Chapter 1499. After a moment of silence, Hades' Empress said, "The netherworld mansion can only be in the hands of the earthly sovereign. Blood Fiend King, Black Fiend King, Dark Fiend King, Underworld Fire King, White Bone King, Lewin High King, Evil Good King, Een Mountain King, Dead Sea King." Dozens of godly kings looked at each other and saw the awe in each other's eyes. The first greater world. In the endless ocean above the Purple Mansion Prefecture, Torch Dragon opened his eyes from his seclusion. It felt like 10,000 years had passed in an instant. He was wearing a gray robe and looked like he was 12 or 13 years old. A cold smile flashed in his eyes. In Torch Dragon's eyes, the Spirit Sea was already his territory. The stronger the origin of the Spirit Sea, the more benefits he would get in the future. This is bad. In the depths of the Spirit Sea's origin, the Genesis primordial spirit felt that his interference with the origin of the Spirit Sea was weakening. As the first greater world was integrated under Qin Feng's push, heaven and earth were fair, and this was greatly beneficial to the evolution of heaven and earth. The balance of the origin of the Spirit Sea began to tilt toward the primordial Lord God. The traces that he tried to cover for Torch Dragon could no longer be hidden. Kaboom! Under the Genesis primordial spirit's gloomy gaze, the inescapable net was expanding rapidly, and that strange power broke through his resistance. The magnificent light, the fate of all living beings, and the gods completely merged with the inescapable net. This kind of merging was like organizing the people. Every native of the Spirit Sea continent, all of their fate, and even their past and future appeared in the inescapable net. It was clear as day. Kaboom! Between heaven and earth, lightning flashed, and many sneaky intruders from the various god spaces were exposed and turned into dust under the power of the inescapable net. Oh no! In the endless ocean, Torch Dragon's expression changed drastically. He looked up with a gloomy face and a trace of disbelief. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and tens of thousands of lightning flashed. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts, as thick as water tanks, struck from the dark clouds. In the endless ocean, countless Khanate gods looked in the direction of the Purple Mansion Prefecture in horror. Under the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, the Khanate Great Tao outside of the Purple Mansion Prefecture was completely shattered. That was an enormous island that was hazy in primal chaos. Countless spiritual roots blossomed with brilliance, tender and alluring. Spiritual light soared into the sky, visible for thousands of li, Zifu Prefecture. Some innate gods exclaimed in shock. I didn't expect the Zifu Prefecture to be right under our noses. In the sea, countless innate gods, sea tribe beasts, and monster race experts were staring at Huang Xiaolong greedily. Silently, a figure seemed to walk out of time. It was a white-robed figure. His appearance was hazy and indistinct, as if he was constantly changing. There was also a radiance that transcended the heavens and the myriad worlds. Qin Feng turned around and glanced around. In the millions of miles of sea, countless innate gods who were ready to make a move felt their hearts skip a beat. Then, their bodies stiffened as if they were being stared at by something extremely terrifying. Suddenly, they couldn't even move a finger. With a single glance, even his immortal divine body was about to explode. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these innate gods who were trying to take advantage of him. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the Purple Mansion Prefecture. A foreign aura was exposed in front of him like a candle. Under the inescapable net, Zhulong had nowhere to hide. Kill! Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng made a killing move. He extended his palm, and it was like a huge palm that could cover the sky. In an instant, it heavily slammed onto the Purple Mansion Prefecture. While the innate gods paled, the Purple Mansion Prefecture that spanned millions of miles was torn apart. However, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed as he felt a chill run down his spine. A gray light flashed across the sky and split Qin Feng's body into two. Blood spurted into the sky. Zhulong's gray robe fell, and his face was gloomy. It's fake, it's just a clone. He looked around, and his eyes were gloomy. What a powerful Tao of cosmic light. With the power of the innate law of cosmic light and unparalleled assassination techniques, an ordinary innate saint god would have been at a disadvantage. A faint voice emerged from the void. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, as if dragons were roaring in the nine heavens, billions of heavenly dragons roared. Under the gazes of the innate gods, billions of heavenly dragons flew out and formed a huge cage. Thousand Dragons World Refining Art. At this moment, the eyes of the dragon race's innate gods lit up. The Thousand Dragons World Refining Art was originally an over-god level super art. Now, with the help of the Linghai continent, the power it unleashed was equivalent to 10 or even dozens of peak over-gods working together. This over-god is so terrifying. Among the billions of underworld nations, a dozen underworld deity kings were shocked. They had also seen the earthly sovereign's skills occasionally. Although they were all 16th level saint gods, they were never this terrifying. Wang Daoyi was also watching the battle through the earthly sovereign's reincarnation mirror. I'm far inferior to him. Just from this one battle, Wang Daoyi knew that the gap between him and Qin Feng was too big. His heart was shaken, and he felt dejected and defeated. Eastern Heavenly Dragons, Thousand Dragons World Refining Art. Above the Purple Mansion Prefecture, Zhulong's eyes flickered with a cold smile as the sun rose and the moon set. The light formed by the tens of thousands of white dragons squeezed the sea region within 1,000,000 miles of the Zifu Prefecture, shrinking inch by inch. The sea was being refined, the islands were being refined, the void space within 1,000,000 miles was being refined, and even the primeval chaos was being refined within the white light. Primeval Lord God, your horizons are limited after all. Although you've attained the Tao, you're nothing more than a bumpkin in the mountains who has obtained the Tao. Today, I'll show you the supreme assassination technique of the Time Dragon clan. Zhulong stared coldly at Qin Feng as if he was a dead man. His body flashed, and there seemed to be a burst of light that filled the universe. Then, something terrifying happened. The white light formed by Qin Feng's Thousand Dragons World Refining Art was inexplicably retreating bit by bit, as if the world was rewinding. The endless white light retreated all the way to the ground. Qin Feng felt a terrifying power of time covering his body, covering the sky and the sun. It was unstoppable. In just a few moments, the scene of Qin Feng forming a seal and unleashing the myriad dragons world refining technique appeared several moments ago in the depths of the void. On the Purple Mansion Prefecture, Zhulong disappeared on the spot. Time acceleration 10,000 times. In an instant, a terrifying gray light tore through time and appeared in front of Qin Feng. Zhulong sneered. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. A gray 18th grade lotus flower suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. The gray time spike suddenly bombarded the lotus flower. The lotus flower shook violently, and a mighty force enveloped Qin Feng's body. A gray petal cracked slightly on the time spike, but it was blocked in the end. It's an innate spiritual treasure. Zhulong's expression changed, and in the next moment, he felt a chill in his heart. He looked up and saw Qin Feng smiling coldly. He had already stretched out a hand, and a terrifying torrent that could devour the universe was brewing in his palm. Chapter 1500. Qin Feng looked up with a sneer in his eyes and met Torch Dragon's eyes. Vortex creation. He opened his palm, and a torrent of billions of tons exploded from his palm. Torch Dragon's hair stood on end, and his essence soul was about to explode. Primordial beginning. You're not qualified to kill me. Great time circulation. Despite the huge crisis, Torch Dragon laughed wildly. In an instant, a ball of light blasted towards Qin Feng. The creation divine light that erupted like a torrent slowed down bit by bit. It was as if time had reversed. Boom! The creation divine light that erupted in an instant was stronger than Torch Dragon had imagined, even though Torch Dragon had mobilized the divine power of time of a peak 16th level holy god. The great wheel of time, formed by the super divine art, great time circulation, was cut apart. Crack! Torch Dragon's divine body was torn into two. Blood soared into the sky. Torch Dragon let out a painful roar. He was beaten back to his original form. It was a strange little dragon with 9 claws, gray scales, and black and white eyes. Its tail was turned into nothingness by the milky, white, divine light. Its upper body was rapidly reorganizing. At the same time, it appeared hundreds of miles away like a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, it turned back into a gray-robed youth. He stared coldly at Qin Feng. Torch Dragon had never suffered such a huge loss. He was beaten back to his original form. It was a great humiliation. A surge of anger surged in his heart like a volcano. If not for the fact that he was in another world and had only recovered a fifth of his strength, he would not have been so severely injured. However, he was very calm. Torch Dragon knew his situation. Swish! It was like the sound of glass being rubbed. A huge crack was torn in the void, leading straight to the depths of the chaos. Qin Feng seemed to hear the painful screams of the spirit sea after it was damaged. Trying to run? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Primordial beginning. We'll meet again soon. Zhu Long stared at Qin Feng with a cold expression, like a venomous snake. He flew towards the crack at an extremely fast speed, as if he had broken through time and space. However, his expression changed drastically after a moment. He discovered that no matter how he flew, he couldn't reach the space-time crack that was close at hand. The space-time rift instantly closed. It's the spirit sea's heaven and earth's favor. It's time for the heaven and earth realm to work together. The Genesis primordial spirit looked at this scene coldly. After all, Torch Dragon was an invader. Now that the primordial Lord God was dealing with such an invader, he would naturally receive the full support of the heaven and earth origin source. The Genesis primordial spirit was waiting for an opportunity. Once the opportunity came, it would be ready to take action and save Torch Dragon. At the very least, he could not allow the primordial Lord God to suppress Zhulong. Qin Feng's figure seemed to have pierced through time and space, appearing at the place where the space-time crack was located. You won't be able to escape today. The Spirit Sea will be your burial ground. Qin Feng stared coldly at Zhulong. No matter what, he could not let Zhulong escape today. Now that he had finally caught him, it was the perfect opportunity to beat him up before he reached the Tao integration stage again. If Zhonyu were to escape, he would be watched by a peak 16th level innate cosmic light, Saint God, all the time. That would not be a good thing. Rumble. All of a sudden, there was a loud bang in the sky. Thunder roared in unison, and space-time shattered in all directions. Visible to the naked eye, a green beast claw with a misty aura of chaos tore through time and space and suddenly enveloped Qin Feng. Its Taoist creation. Qin Feng sensed an extremely terrifying power. Here's my chance. In the depths of the Spirit Sea's origin source, a ray of light appeared from the Genesis primordial spirit, who was sitting cross-legged. A terrifying divine axe seemed to have blasted out from the depths of endless time and space, heavily bombarding the sky above the endless sea domain. It forcefully cleaved open a terrifying crack that led straight to the chaos. What are you waiting for? Vaguely, a majestic roar that seemed to come from the depths of ancient times shook Torch Dragon's mind. Torch Dragon's eyes lit up. He felt that at this moment, the pressure of the Spirit Sea's origin source that was suppressing his heart and binding his divine body had temporarily disappeared. He glanced sharply at Qin Feng, who was covered by the beast claw, and his figure flashed, shooting toward the space-time crack like a stream of light. No, that realm master god is escaping. At this time, countless deities of the Spirit Sea divine system were aghast at this scene. If the over-god who had snuck in were to escape, the Linghai divine system would definitely suffer endless revenge from that powerful over-god in the future. The Spirit Sea can't be dominated by one person. If the primordial beginning is not defeated, how can we stand out? In the northern spirit domain, the life and death demon master sneered. Although he was a demon master, he did not want to submit to Qin Feng just like that. Similarly, he was also full of ambition in the depths of his heart. He was not willing to let Qin Feng enjoy this era alone, and he was even more unwilling to let the Spirit Sea divine system suppress him. We have to start preparing. Once the primordial beginning is tired of dealing with Taoist creation and the rescued master god from another world, we can try to break through the seal in one fell swoop. Once we become deities, we must destroy the primordial chaos Xingqian school to avenge today's hatred. Secretly, many deities raise their heads in anticipation, waiting for the primordial beginning god to be defeated and the master god from another world to be rescued. Have you all finally jumped out? In the same place, above the endless sea, Qin Feng's expression did not change. Not only was he not angry, but he even revealed a cold smile on his face. Qin Feng's strength was not limited to what he had shown just now. Torch Dragon was suppressed by the Spirit Sea and could only use 1/5 of his strength, but he had not even used 1/10 of it. At this time, he no longer concealed his aura when he was at his peak. His vast aura rumbled like a roaring ocean, soaring into the sky and spreading for hundreds of thousands of miles. A 3-flower auspicious cloud appeared above his head. Among the 3 great Tao lotuses, the leading gray lotus rotated slowly, and a milky white divine light soared into the sky. It traversed across the firmament, shattering the blue beast claw that pressed down from the depths of the firmament. The remaining momentum did not stop there. Combined with the support of the Spirit Seas, heaven and earth, it followed the direction of the blue beast claw and fiercely counterattacked. Bang! The brilliance reversed and blasted into the crack above his head. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the chaos seemed to tremble a few times in the explosion. Primeval! In Qin Feng's ears, he seemed to hear an extremely angry roar of pain. Taoist creation was severely injured. The power of the Tristrimsa heavens to injure the upper realm was so strong that it could easily kill a second-step innate master god and even injure a third-step primordial chaos master god. This time, Qin Feng had taken Taoist creation by surprise. He had deliberately shown weakness to let Taoist creation feel that there was an opportunity to take advantage of and intervene. Borrowing the power of the Spirit Seas, heaven and earth, he had severely injured Taoist creation in one fell swoop. The only pity was that he did not completely kill him. Next, Qin Feng's gaze fell on Torch Dragon. At this time, Torch Dragon had already reached the edge of the space-time crack. It seemed that he could fly into the chaos with just a lift of his leg, like a fierce tiger entering the mountain ridge. However, just a step away was enough to make Torch Dragon feel completely hopeless. The space-time crack was repaired by the inescapable net and instantly closed. No, Torch Dragon roared in a low voice. Unwillingness and despair filled the heart of this arrogant king of assassination for the first time. He turned around, and Qin Feng had already appeared behind him without a sound. This innate cosmic light master god was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of Qin Feng. Chapter 1501. Heavenly Monarch's Investiture God. Qin Feng immediately unleashed Heavenly Monarch's Investiture God. You want to seal me? Dream on. Torch Dragon's eyes were filled with ferocity. He knew that he couldn't escape today, but he would not let Qin Feng off so easily. Time collapsed. He ignited his perfected, innate, universal Tao body in a single breath. Blazing Tao fire burst out from his body and turned into a torrent that swept towards Qin Feng. Under the burning of his Tao body, this strike had reached the pinnacle of the saint deity level. Krong! That vast momentum seemed to engulf all the realms in the universe. The horrifying scene awakened many powerful godly spirits that were still in shock from Taoist Zhao Hua's defeat. This gave hope to many deities once again. It's best if we can injure Primeval in one strike. We must injure Primeval severely. Only then will our sex have a chance. It's best if both sides suffer great losses. The mighty Heavenly Monarch's Investiture God. His power was beyond imagination. Torch Dragon's burning Tao body froze the torrent of destruction. In the surging divine light, the torrent of destruction froze inch by inch as if it crashed into an ancient cold current. The difference is too great. In a netherworld ghost kingdom, earthly sovereign Wang Daoi's eyes flickered. At this moment, primeval Lord God was supported by the heaven and earth. With the power of the heaven and earth, Torch Dragon was basically fighting against the entire Linghai realm. How could he possibly be a match for primeval Lord God? An innate saint deity couldn't even hurt him after risking his life. In the palace, the 10 netherworld deity kings were greatly disappointed. As earthly sovereign attained his Tao, the many deity kings under him started having other thoughts. Some even hoped that earthly sovereign could replace him. Many of the earthly sovereign's godly spirits, including a few of the 10 netherworld deity kings, had their ambitions dashed. After all, an innate saint deity was still an innate saint deity, far from being comparable to an innate saint deity. Above the ocean, Qin Feng waved his hand, and a huge gray ice floe appeared in his palm. It shrunk inch by inch until it was the size of a palm. In the ice floe, Torch Dragon's ferocious face appeared. The innate saint deity was immortal. Zhong Yuzhong was not from the Yin bloodline. He couldn't kill this innate universal saint god. However, it could be sealed, completely suppress it. He only needed to knock him down to the level of innate saint god, and then he would be reduced to ashes. A cold smile flashed in the corner of Qin Feng's eyes. With a flip of his palm, a void black hole appeared. He sucked the ice block into the chief god's space and applied layers of sealing techniques, using the power of the chief god's space to completely suppress it. What's left is the Genesis primordial spirit. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the depths of the origin source. He looked around and sneered. The Genesis primordial spirit's face revealed a trace of coldness as he hid tightly in the origin sea. I'll let it flee like you live for a few more years. Qin Feng sneered. The corners of the Genesis primordial spirit's eyes were about to crack. Now that the situation had been reversed, it was extremely bad for the Genesis primordial spirit. The Genesis primordial spirit could feel that without any restraint, the inescapable net was being refined faster and faster. Its living space was getting smaller and smaller. If the inescapable net was really Deshang, it would have nowhere to hide and would be caught and refined to death. Primordial spirit, don't be too proud. The spirit sea is a world created by me. My understanding of the spirit sea is far above yours. You can't do anything to me. When I succeed, you'll still have to get out of the spirit sea obediently. All of your actions will be for me. In the sky, the voice was like muffled thunder. The Genesis primordial spirit didn't hide the murderous intent in its tone. I really didn't expect the Genesis primordial spirit to be so good at talking. But I hope your performance won't disappoint me. Qin Feng sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, he calmed the waves in the million seas. Qin Feng's figure flashed, and a stream of light pierced through billions of miles of the void and landed on Mount Feiyun. Humph! Looking at this scene, the Genesis primordial spirit's Yuan Shun disappeared into the origin sea. The inescapable net was too much of a threat to the Genesis primordial spirit. He was going to take this opportunity to comprehend and familiarize himself with it. The Genesis primordial spirit had another thought. If he could take the inescapable net for his own use. On Mount Feiyun, Qin Feng's figure had just landed in the main hall when it immediately attracted the blazing gazes of the deities. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You've slain a great enemy consecutively and will live forever. The deities split into two sides of the main hall and bowed with incomparable fanaticism and admiration. Defeating the second step Lord God, Taoist creation, and suppressing the innate sacred god of cosmic light. Such a battle record greatly boosted the confidence of the deities. Walking step by step on the red carpet in the center of the main hall, Qin Feng looked indifferent. He came to the throne in the center, turned around, and sat down. He looked around at the deities in the main hall and waved his hand slightly. Please rise. The deities stood up. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You've suppressed the Lord God of a foreign world lurking in the spirit sea. From now on, the Spirit Sea deity system will have no opponents in the Spirit Sea continent. From now on, no one will be your Majesty's opponent. A God King first stood out from the two rows of deities. Hypertoxic God King Qian Kai. Bootlicker. Seeing Qian Kai's figure, the eyes of several God Kings flickered. Among them were the dark North God King Yi Ding and the radiant God King Xiao Yuchan. As a true disciple of Xingqian school, who didn't know that Qian Kai didn't get along with the Lord of Gods. In the past, he had often caused trouble for Qin Feng. A celestial lord walked out from the group of deities. He bowed to Qin Feng and said lightly, "Your Majesty, this lowly god thinks that we can't be careless at the moment. Although your Majesty has suppressed the master god of a foreign world and defeated Daoist creation, the Spirit Sea upper world is a big fat piece of meat in the eyes of many god systems. If we are careless, we can easily lose." Free Star King. Looking at this former Star King, the expressions of many deities changed slightly. All the gods present were familiar with this Star King. He was the master of the unfettered 2 stars of the immemorial star system. Among them, Celestial Lord Greed also knew about 7 killing Celestial Lord. This Celestial Lord once had a good relationship with the primeval Lord of Gods. Qian Kai's expression was somewhat unsightly. Wasn't this a slap in the face? A trace of gloominess flashed in the corner of his eyes. If not for the fact that this Free Star King was also a God King and one of the 24 God Kings of the Celestial Realm, he would definitely teach him a lesson. We agree with the Free Star King's opinion. In the group of deities, the Celestial Lords and Star Gods all stood out. It was obvious that they were supporting the Free Star King. Qian Kai's face was somewhat green. Didn't I just stand out to flatter? Do you have to be so agitated? Why are you all standing out to slap my face? On the many divine thrones, the various God Kings chuckled softly. Not long after Qian Kai returned, he became one of the 8 God Kings of the Plague Division. This was a legitimate God King with a title. Ordinary, idle God Kings couldn't compare to him. Whether it was the treatment or cultivation resources, it was far from what ordinary idle God Kings could compare to. How could they not feel uncomfortable? Chapter 1502. Silence. Don't make any noise in the Lingxiao Hall. On the side, on the 3rd throne, a god emperor scolded coldly. Seeing this, all the gods quieted down. Among the Star Lords, Qian Kai glanced at the god emperor, who scolded. Star Venerable. After all, the Star Venerable was the former sect master of Xingqian school. His majesty was deep in his bones. In particular, the Star Venerable was one of the 4 hell lords of the deity pantheon. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, everyone can leave. The inescapable net has just been born and needs the gods to work together to complete it. On the central throne, Qin Feng waved his hand. All the God Kings looked at each other and were shocked. The Spirit Sea God system had 8 divisions, known as the 8 division gods. But the 8 divisions were not just for show. For example, the Fire Division had the Earth Fire Net. The Earth Fire Net was a secondary subnet under the inescapable net. The Earth Fire Net was created by using the volcanoes under the Earth veins as nodes. In each volcano, a fire residence was built and a fire-type god spirit was sent to guard it. Another example was the Water Division God's Water Network, which was built with the streams, rivers, and rivers in the mountains as the foundation. They built their own water residences and sent water-type gods to guard the various water residences and some heavenly soldiers as their claws. Then there were the stars in the heaven realm. Above the billions of stars in the starry sky, the many stars were the territory of the star net. But now, the Spirit Sea God system had just been established, and the subnets were still rough. Firstly, there were few people, and secondly, the gods in the various sects were conflicted. Also, the Creator Primordial Spirit was secretly causing trouble, hindering the speed of the inescapable net's construction. Your Majesty, what's the origin of the first greater thousand world beyond the sky? At this moment, a voice suddenly spoke. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and landed on a blue-robed God King with dragon horns. It was the former dragon prince of the North Sea, Ao Xian. Finally, someone jumped out. On the dozen or so huge thrones at the front, the hearts of the leaders of the various divisions moved slightly as they looked at the God King on the central throne. The God Emperors had long been itching for the benefits of a greater thousand world. You dare to have designs on the divine tree realm? You're going to be out of luck. Below the God Emperors, among the group of deity kings, the corners of Dark North deity king's lips curled up slightly. He exchanged glances with a black-clothed goddess beside him and sneered inwardly. On the throne, Qin Feng saw the gloating smile of the Dark North god king Yi Ding in the crowd. At the same time, he saw the Kuan Peng divine maiden beside Yi Ding. That Kuan Peng divine lady was the divine lady that Yi Ding brought with him. Taking advantage of the primordial era's descent, she also fused a strand of Xiantian vital qi and materialized. He was born as an innate deity king. On the other side, there was also a tall goddess beside Ao Xian. She wore an icy white long dress that outlined her perfect curves. She looked like a goddess who had descended from the heavens. It was as if he had sensed the gaze of the overgod on the main seat. She smiled faintly. Her eyes were sparkling and translucent. Amidst her grace and elegance, traces of a strange temperament emerged. It was sacred and vast, as if it could encompass all corners of the world. His aura was not weak. He was already a divine emperor. Qin Feng also saw something else on this goddess. That world has a strange origin. It was created by the Eastern Baron Imperial Emperor with his unparalleled godly power. It is a prison that imprisoned the primordial human ancestor. It is located in a time gap in the Linghai realm. It absorbed the primordial human ancestor's energy and accumulated a rich foundation. It has just recently evolved into a great world. A few years ago, Dark North Deity King and I fell into it. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, and no one could see his expression. Ao Xian's eyes lit up. Since it is a celestial object, can we enter it and compete for the Deity King's throne? I recommend Jellyfish Inji, one of the 8 emperors of the Water Clan. With Inji's strength, she will definitely be able to manage the divine tree realm well, for your majesty. Speaking of Jellyfish Inji, Ao Xian's face was filled with pride. He believed that with Jellyfish Inji's strength, she would definitely have a chance to win the Deity King's throne. As soon as he said that, the hall suddenly quieted down. A group of gods looked at Ao Xian, who had stepped forward in surprise. On the throne, Qin Feng's face darkened. Were they trying to snatch the benefits from him? If not for the face of the Black Dragon Master, Qin Feng would have slapped Ao Xian to death. Ao Xian, on the side, seeing the overgod's face darkening, Ao Qin quickly pulled Ao Xian away. Only then did Ao Xian see the overgod's expression. There was still some unwillingness on his face, but he also retreated. Idiot! The gods of the Dragon Clan silently distanced themselves from Ao Xian. They were afraid of being implicated. His Majesty had already made it clear that the Divine Tree Realm was his private property. They wondered if there was something wrong with Ao Xian's brain. How could he be so bold as to dig into the Overgod's private treasury? On the side, Jellyfish Inji's face stiffened. She knew that Ao Xian's IQ had dropped after falling in love with her, but she did not expect him to be so bold. She looked up and saw Qin Feng's gaze on her. She cursed Ao Xian in her heart. At this moment, even if Inji did not look, she knew that many deity kings were looking at her with ridicule. She took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She glanced at Ao Xian, who seemed to be trying to please her. Then, she stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, Inji did not mean that. After saying that, she continued to speak. The ancient divine tree realm is your Majesty's private property. Inji would never dare to peep at it. After that, she looked at Ao Xian behind her with hatred. Prince Ao Xian has been cultivating too hard recently. He has lost his mind and is spouting nonsense. Your Majesty, please do not blame him. Allow him to rest for a while. Ao Xian was dumbfounded. Wasn't he doing this for Jellyfish Inji? Why did this jellyfish Inji say that he was possessed by the devil and was spouting nonsense? A huge feeling of grievance welled up in his heart. Has Ao Xian really lost his mind? Qin Feng glanced at Ao Xian, who was still feeling wronged. He now understood why the profound Dragon Lord put aside her pride to take care of him before she left. This was no longer something that could be described by the word love poison. If that's the case, let Prince Ao Xian have a good rest. Qin Feng waved his hand. In front of the hall, a few deity generals walked in and brought Ao Xian down. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not losing my mind. Let me go. Ao Xian struggled. Then, he looked at the jellyfish Inji. Inji, I'm not losing my mind. I'm doing this for you. Don't you understand? I love you. Love your head. Inji raised her eyebrows and slapped Ao Xian on the back of his head, knocking him out. Seeing this, the deity generals quickly carried Ao Xian down. Chapter 1503. The gods exchanged glances as they watched Ao Xian being dragged away. Many dragon gods looked constipated. What an idiot! If he wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't have wasted the legacy of the supreme mystery dragon master. Yeah, if that wasn't the case, he wouldn't be a mere deity king. He would have reached the pinnacle of the deity emperor realm, like Ao Qing, and be half a step away from becoming a deity emperor. Calling him an idiot is giving him too much credit. The North Sea dragon gods didn't look too happy. However, most of them stared at jellyfish Inji with hostility. If it wasn't for this woman, Ao Xian wouldn't have fallen from being a proud son of the heavens to his current state of being poisoned by love. All right, disperse. If you're interested in any of the spiritual items or resources in the Divine Tree Realm, you could discuss it with the current master of the Divine Tree Realm, my concubine. Qin Feng waved his hand. And the Nature Continent. You can enter the Heavens trading space for everything about the Nature Continent. There's a complete set of information there. The gods looked at each other and bowed respectfully. Then, they turned around and walked out of the hall. Stay, jellyfish. Jellyfish Inji heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to leave, a faint voice came from behind her. Yes, your majesty. Jellyfish Inji frowned. She turned around and looked at the primeval overlord on the central throne. She was a little nervous as she wondered why the primeval overlord had called her. Although the gods didn't know much about the primeval overlord's temper, they knew that he was fair in his rewards and punishments. He wasn't a cruel and fickle person. On the central throne, Qin Feng looked at jellyfish Inji. It was undeniable that this woman's beauty wasn't inferior to Bai Yan, the queen of Silver Moon. It was rumored that this woman was the most beautiful woman in the primordial age. Jellyfish, I heard that you're a water-type spirit born in the eye of the sea during the primordial age. Qin Feng walked down from the central throne. Jellyfish Inji quickly stood aside. Being in close contact with the overlord, Jellyfish Inji smelled an extremely pleasant scent. Her beautiful starry eyes were a little dazed. Almost Tao. It was the aura of the great Tao. Just like the countless post-celestial water great Tao and innate creation great Tao, the divine soul was assaulted by the countless post-celestial water great Tao and innate creation great Tao. This is a chief god, an expert who stands above the vast thousand domains. The jellyfish Inji's brows flickered with a hint of determination and self-restraint. What a tenacious Tao heart! Qin Feng praised in his heart. The jellyfish Inji was an ordinary water-type sprite that was born in the eye of the sea in ancient times. It was definitely not a fluke that she could reach this level. Just this temperament alone was not something an ordinary person could compare to. At this moment, in Qin Feng's eyes, there was a strange phenomenon happening around the jellyfish Inji. Behind her, the image of the 5 seas vaguely appeared. Within the 5 seas, there were 5 sea eyes. One of them had already evolved, and a huge ocean was surging with endless seawater. The 5 seas avatar contained the heavens and earth. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Avatars could only be formed by communicating with the origin of the heavens and earth. In the heavens and earth, Every expert who could form their own avatar was blessed by the heavens and earth. This required a foundation above the innate realm, as well as hard work and opportunities. It required great wisdom, great courage, great opportunities, great perseverance, and great luck to have the chance to form an avatar. In the god system, among the god emperors, not all of them were able to form their own avatar. Jellyfish Inji walked the path of the mother of all waters. If she could form 5 sea eyes within her avatar, she might be able to use it as a foundation to contain the 5 seas and master the laws of water. Controlling the sea eyes of an ordinary river would allow one to compete with an ordinary true god. Controlling some large rivers, such as the Ice Water River in the extreme North Snow region, would allow one to compete with a god king. Controlling any one of the sea eyes of the 5 seas would allow one to compete with a god emperor. If one could control 5 sea eyes at once, how terrifying would that be? It should be known that the 5 seas were vast and boundless. They were countless times larger than the spirit sea continent. The sea eyes of the 5 seas had unimaginable power. Not long ago, the supreme mystery dragon lord came looking for me. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Jellyfish Inji's expression changed, her palms sweating. I believe you have sacrificed a lot and planned for many years to reach your current level from an ordinary water spirit. It's not wrong for an expert to climb up and become stronger. Qin Feng glanced at Jellyfish Inji. I also understand the despair of being powerless. Your Majesty, please believe me. Jellyfish Inji's face turned pale. The words of the overgod in front of her gave her a very bad feeling. Qin Feng waved his hand to stop her. Don't worry, I'm not looking into your past. I'm not interested in investigating your past. I've always been fair in my rewards and punishments. I'll only personally punish any god in the god system if they have committed an irreparable mistake. Jellyfish Inji heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Jellyfish Inji bowed and looked at the overgod in front of her with her watery eyes, her face blushing a little. She was a charming beauty to begin with. Now that her heart was moved, it made her even more beautiful. It was as if heaven and earth would fall for her. Powerful existences would always have an indescribable charm that would form an invisible attraction to those around them, especially the opposite sex. Amidst the ups and downs of her state of mind, Qin Feng's few sentences had almost broken this female emperor's tempered heart of seeking the Tao. As if he didn't see the charming expression on Jellyfish Inji's face, Qin Feng said, "However, you have indeed affected Ao Xian. The Supreme Mystery Dragon Lord is very unhappy about this. You should know what he means. That old dragon wants me to be the bad guy. Thank you for not killing me, Your Majesty." Jellyfish Inji looked at Qin Feng gratefully. If Qin Feng asked her to give herself to him, she might really do it without hesitation. However, Qin Feng knew that Jellyfish Inji was actually the same kind of woman as Yao. As long as there was a chance to climb up, they would do anything. She wouldn't fall in love easily. Qin Feng said indifferently, "I'm very clear about the path you want to take. You have already condensed the phenomenon of the ancestor of all waters. If you want to achieve Tao, you have to condense the 5 sea eyes of the 5 seas. However, it's basically impossible to condense the 5 sea eyes. Although the 5 sea eyes aren't the lifeline of the 5 seas, they are where the providence of the 5 seas is gathered. If you want to achieve Tao, you have to absorb the providence of the 5 seas. Only then will you have the chance to take the first step. Do you think the dragon tribe of the 5 seas will let you seize their providence?" His words struck Jellyfish Inji's heart like lightning. Her face turned pale. Chapter 1504. Obviously, that was impossible. Even if the 5 seas dragon race had joined the water division of the celestial system and became this over-god subordinates, the 5 ocean eyes were the most important in the 5 seas. Even if this sovereign were to make a move, it would cause a backlash from the 5 seas. In the end, it was because the sect had been operating for too long and were deeply rooted. The jellyfish Inji was an extremely intelligent woman. She had already vaguely figured out Qin Feng's intention. "Please grant me your grace, your majesty." She knelt down and kowtowed. Ruthlessness flashed in her eyes, and she swore a Tao oath. "If Inji can attain the Tao, I will serve the Shun God for all eternity. If I violate this oath, I will be punished by the Tao." An invisible ripple surged out from Inji's body and swept across the area. At the same time, an invisible power descended from the Tao and combined with the ripple on Inji's body, turning into a contract that merged into Inji's body. This was the heaven and earth responding to her Tao oath. If she betrayed Qin Feng in the future, she would die a horrible death, even if she became an innate Shun God. This was a pledge of allegiance. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. "Rise!" With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible power lifted Inji up. The ocean eyes of the 5 seas are important to the 5 seas, but it's not like I can't do anything about it. Later, I will make you the Endless Ocean's general manager. Endless Ocean's general manager? Inji moved. With that, the Endless Ocean would naturally fall into her hands. Then, Inji frowned. But will the Endless Dragon Palace agree? Of course they won't. Qin Feng sneered. But they are definitely involved in the Torch Dragon's appearance in the Endless Ocean. If they don't know what's good for them, I will take care of them myself. Hearing this, Inji nodded. Now that the Endless Ocean's weakness was still in the hands of this overgod, they had no choice but to agree. A hint of joy appeared on Inji's pretty face. "All right, you may leave. As for the remaining 3 ocean eyes, you don't have to worry about them." Qin Feng ordered him to leave. "Thank you, your majesty." The jellyfish Inji bowed respectfully. This time, there was more respect in her heart. She slowly retreated from the hall. Looking at her figure, Qin Feng's expression flickered. She was a good chess piece. He only hoped that she would live up to his expectations. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the billions of nether ghost kingdoms. That bloodline hasn't been very obedient recently. After all, the earthly sovereign's bloodline was not Qin Feng's direct line of descent. However, Qin Feng didn't have the time to play an all-out game with the earthly sovereign's people. Moreover, as a dignified innate saint god, it was truly beneath his status to participate in the battle. Qin Feng needed to support another post-celestial saint god or an innate saint god to play the game with Wang Daoyi in the shortest time possible. The jellyfish Inji in front of him was just one of the few seeds that Qin Feng had chosen. After returning to the throne, Qin Feng's expression returned to normal. Currently, although there were many factions in the divine system, there weren't many that he needed to participate in personally. Dao's creation was injured this time, so he probably wouldn't come out to stir up trouble for a while. In the next period of time, he could use this time to deduce the corresponding true inheritance of the innate universe Great Tao. It would be ideal if he could upgrade the universe book to an innate spirit treasure within 3,000 years. Qin Feng's Yuan Shen sank into the God Dimension. In the center of the God Dimension, a huge light ball floated, like the control room of a spaceship. Countless modules appeared. Qin Feng's Yuan Shan appeared and glanced at it. Under Qin Feng's control, the laws of heaven and earth started to deduce the most suitable true inheritance of the innate universe Great Tao for Qin Feng to cultivate. The basis of the deduction was Qin Feng's innate Tao body, as well as a portion of the laws of space. Space laws, secret cultivation arts, divine arts, and secret arts gather from the various worlds. There was also the universe book in the center. It was enveloped by the laws of heaven and earth of the God Dimension. The rich laws of space and space laws aura fused into the white light ball of the universe book. The innate indestructible spiritual seal absorbed the laws of space, space law, and the countless secret arts of the various worlds, as well as a portion of the laws of space from the various worlds. It worked hard to nurture the Tao seed of the innate universe. It wasn't slow at all. Qin Feng's Yuan Shun seemed to be compatible with the laws of heaven and earth of the God Dimension. He personally experienced the process and turned the various mysteries in it into nourishment for the three flowers of his Yuan Shan. Visible to the naked eye, among the three flowers of his Yuan Shan, the second great Tao lotus flower seemed to be turning from illusion to reality. In the center, following the evolution, the universe book's innate indestructible spiritual seal started to condense the power of the innate Tao, turning into a visible but intangible light ball. It formed the embryonic form of the Tao seed of the innate Tao. Qin Feng disliked the speed of this process, so he started to let the laws of heaven and earth extract the world origin force from the central origin pool. Sizzle. On the silver module refined by the laws of heaven and earth, countless Tao seals flickered rapidly. Qin Feng felt countless complex and profound Tao seals rushing into the three flowers of his Yuan Shan. It was several times faster than before. In the central origin pool, the world origin force reserves were dropping bit by bit. However, it was constantly being replenished by the world origin force from the various worlds, allowing it to recover. In the quantified data, as the light ball thickened, gradually 1 in 1,000, 2 in 1,000, 3 in 1,000 appeared. It was manifesting the degree of the universe book, nurturing the Tao seed. 1,000 years passed by like water. Qin Feng's Yuan Shan was immersed in the comprehension of the great Tao. 1,000 years felt like an instant. Qin Feng was awakened by an invisible wave in the God Dimensions Hall. He opened his eyes, and traces of divine light appeared. Vaguely, the great Tao lotus flower appeared above his head. The three flowers swayed, and boundless mysteries appeared freely in the auspicious clouds. The first great Tao lotus flower, which symbolized the innate creation great Tao, was already complete. It rotated slowly, and an inconceivable power turned into radiance that transcended the myriad worlds. The second lotus flower and the third lotus flower were gray and hazy, as if they were unknown objects. There was an invisible book on the second great Tao lotus flower. Innate void Tao. The 5 words were extremely complicated, like the ancient innate Tao runes. This was the true inheritance of the great Tao. It was just that this Tao scripture was not complete and was missing a small part. Qin Feng frowned, and his gaze fell on the main culprit who had awakened him. The central origin pool. There was a giant purple gold gourd vine in the pool. It was an innate spirit vine. The 7 gourds were emitting colorful light, and a dense spirituality was released from the vine. The spiritual light fluctuations rushed out and stirred the central origin pool into a mess. It was this special spirituality that alarmed Qin Feng in seclusion. Chapter 1505. In the past 1,000 years, the 7 gourds had grown out thanks to the endless world origin force. The gourd vines glowed brightly. Qin Feng looked over and saw that the 6th gourd was green and the 7th gourd was purple. The auras of the innate spirit items were as alluring as the sun. The green and purple gourds seemed to have just grown out. Compared to the previous 5, they were smaller and had flower buds. There were a total of 7 innate gourds. If the gods saw this, they would be dumbfounded. However, it wasn't the 7 gourds that caught Qin Feng's attention, but the purple gold spirit vines. In Qin Feng's eyes, the innate purple gold spirit roots spirituality was gathering and slowly forming an innate true spirit. And true spirit was a symbol between an inanimate object and a sentient being. Only within true spirit could one be considered a sentient being. Without a true spirit, no matter how spiritual a spirit item was, it couldn't be considered a sentient being. When an innate spirit root formed an innate true spirit, it represented the beginning of the path of cultivation and the beginning of the path of transformation. In other words, the innate purple gold spirit root had gained sentience. With the innate purple gold spirit root's foundation, it would be an extremely powerful innate deity king or even an innate deity emperor. It was the second innate spirit root in the spiritual ocean. The first innate spirit root belonged to the chaos world tree. However, the Chaos World Tree had already cut off the possibility of transformation. Long. Endless spiritual energy surged towards the innate purple-gold spirit root like a storm, and the innate true spirit slowly solidified. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes flashed. Should he destroy the innate original spirit that this innate spirit had spent so much effort to condense? It wasn't easy for an innate spirit root to form an innate true spirit, and it was even harder for it to transform. However, once it succeeded, it would become a top-notch innate god. Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately dismissed the idea of destroying the spirit root's innate true spirit. The innate purple-gold spirit root wasn't like the Chaos World Tree. The Chaos World Tree supported the heaven and earth. It was very important and couldn't be lost. Although the innate purple-gold spirit root was important, it wasn't the key. However, it wasn't suitable for it to stay in the chief god dimension anymore. He waved his sleeve. The purple-gold gourd spirit vine above the central origin pool suddenly vanished without a trace. In the next moment, he appeared in the chaotic mountain range. The innate purple-gold gourd spirit root was extremely intelligent. In an instant, it pierced its roots into the chaos mountain range. The roots expanded rapidly. At the same time, the vines danced like whips. He instantly discovered the Chaos World Tree in the center of the Chaos Mountain Range. The Chaos World Tree was extremely tall and thick, blocking out the sun. Seeing the Chaos World Tree, the purple-gold gourd spirit root was overjoyed. Its leaves swayed as if it had discovered a new world. Rumble. Thick mists of connate chaos chi swirled in the mountain range, and the purple-gold gourd spirit root's leaves grew rapidly, as if on steroids. It approached the Chaos World Tree and climbed onto it. The spirit root wrapped around the thick Chaos World Tree and went all the way up to the top of the tree, hiding the 7 small gourds in the dense foliage of the Chaos World Tree. That's quite sneaky. Qin Feng looked at this scene indifferently. The Chaos Mountain Range nurtured countless fearsome beasts and connate divine spirits. If a connate spirit root, like the purple-gold gourd spirit root, entered the mountain range, it would be nothing more than a meal for the beasts and divine spirits. However, things were different once it entered the Chaos World Tree's range. The Chaos World Tree wasn't to be trifled with. Although its primordial spirit had left, its spiritual instincts were still there. Any beast or divine spirit that approached would end up with its roots drained of its essence and reduced to a desiccated corpse. Moreover, if the purple-gold gourd spirit root was a connate second with spirit root, then the Chaos World Tree was a connate first with spirit root. The two spirit roots intertwined like the yin and yang between plants. It was immensely beneficial to both. However, it was still too early for it to be born. Qin Feng retracted his gaze. He pondered the changes in his body. After 1,000 years of closed-door cultivation, he was on the verge of comprehending his second connate, Great Tao. He was almost 90% done. On the other side, the words 56% also appeared in the book universe. That was half done. That was already quite fast. In another 1,000 years or so, he'd be able to transform the book of universe into a connate spirit treasure. Qin Feng nodded. That was quite fast. Otherwise, it would have taken tens of thousands of years for an ordinary 16th rank connate saint god. That was more than 10 times faster. The power of the Chaos Master Space was truly incredible. At the same time, Qin Feng discovered that the Chaos Master Space had expanded considerably. All of the Emerald Overgod's inheritance had been taken over. Qin Feng's gaze landed on a mirror of light. Everything that belonged to the nature continent was illuminated. That place had become the habitat of countless spirit race people. Many spirit roots had manifested and replenished the new blood of the spirit race. Every mountain had many spirit race people guarding it, and the top spirit race godly spirits were teaching cultivation techniques. Qin Feng was mildly surprised. Naturally, the continent had been put up for auction. According to his thoughts, The ones most likely to compete for the sovereignty of that continent should be the few grand empyreans of the 8 tribes, as well as a few large factions in the god system. For example, the Dragon Tribe's faction, the Earthly Sovereigns faction, or the Star Lords of the original Xingqian school. Although the Astrals seemed powerful, they were still a far cry from these factions. Qin Feng's expression was slightly strange. It seemed that his chief son, who didn't reveal anything, had extraordinary means. However, with the nature continent as a foundation, it wouldn't be long before the Astrals became another colossus under the Spirit Sea pantheon. The Golden Era was at its peak. Not only were many connate divine spirits successfully transformed, but many spirit herbs and spirit roots were also erupting like geysers. Even if only 1 in 10,000 succeeded, it was still a significant number. The net of heaven and earth had expanded rapidly in the past 1,000 years. The net of earth, net of water, net of fire, and net of star were replenished as more and more connate divine spirits joined the pantheon. With the expansion of the net of heaven and earth, the 72 profound sects, the 10 primeval paths, and some unorthodox factions, as well as ancient experts, were further disintegrated. They were forced to retreat. The Spirit Sea pantheon's prospects were bright. The Genesis primordial spirit had been in hiding for the past 1,000 years. Everything was calm. Was there some conspiracy? After pondering for a while, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the divine tree realm. The Queen of Silvermoon seemed to have caused quite a stir in the past 1,000 years. Chapter 1506. Outside of the Spirit Sea, amidst the endless chaos and countless small worlds, there was a great thousand world. Although it was attached to the Spirit Sea, it was also independent to a certain extent. This great thousand world was called the Great Thousand World. It had just ascended not long ago, and in this era, it only had about 100 deity thrones, and most of them were acquired deity thrones. But after becoming a great thousand world attached to the Spirit Sea, it had about 48,000 deity thrones in this era. Furthermore, it had become a place that the experts from the surrounding small worlds could reach by breaking through the void. Among the surrounding small worlds, this place was known as the legendary Heaven Realm. It was known as the divine Tree Heaven Realm. In the eyes of the divine Tree Heaven Realm's experts, the Spirit Sea mainland was the true land of origin. The Spirit Sea mainland at the center was the home of the gods. It was vast and boundless, giving birth to countless innate gods. At the center of the divine Tree Heaven Realm was the Cloud Ridge City. In the Cloud Ridge City, on the throne in the center, Queen Silvermoon seemed to have sensed the gaze that pierced through the universe. She looked up and glanced into the void, as if she saw a pair of eyes high up in the sky. "Voyeur," Queen Silvermoon sneered. "Divine consort, what's wrong?" Below the palace, the few Silvermoon innate deity kings who were reporting to their superiors noticed the change in Queen Silvermoon's expression. They looked at Queen Silvermoon with a questioning look. On the side, the experts present could not help but look at the divine consort on the divine throne. Their gazes were obviously different. This divine consort's strength was extraordinary. Hundreds of years ago, in the divine Tree Heaven Realm, the heaven and earth trembled and strange phenomena occurred. Some suspected that this divine consort had completely condensed the divine Tree Heaven Realm's origin and became its innate origin deity emperor. "She's quite strong." Qin Feng noticed Silvermoon Queen's gaze and smiled faintly. As the origin deity emperor of a world, the ruler of the Great Thousand World, Queen Silvermoon had condensed the sun and moon mystic yellow, the heaven and earth's origin. Her strength was very close to that of a deity emperor. In terms of battle prowess, Queen Silvermoon's strength was above the average deity emperor. But the most important thing was her potential. As an innate deity emperor, she was ranked in the top 10 in the Spirit Sea mainland. However, to break through to the godly emperor realm, it would take thousands of years of hard work. 1,000 years had passed, and the era of power explosion of the first 1,000 years was about to end. In the past 1,000 years, Many experts from the immemorial age and the antiquity age broke through to the godly king realm and even the godly emperor realm after reversing their divine bodies. It seemed like breaking through to the god king and god emperor realms had become much easier. This was, in fact, a bonus from the advancement of heaven and earth. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. After 1,000 years, there wouldn't be such a good thing. The exposed origin great Tao laws of the origin continent in the spirit sea would gradually disappear. Although the heavens and earth were like the beginning of time, the innate vitality was still abundant, but it wasn't as easy to break through to the God King and God Emperor realms. Unlike origin divine emperors like the Queen of Silver Moon, the Lord of the vast thousand worlds had a natural advantage when it came to cultivating. He could rely on the great thousand realms to constantly come into contact with the great Tao laws. His cultivation speed was much faster than godly emperors and even godly emperors of the same level. This was also the greatest benefit of being the Lord of the great thousand world. This is the Overgod. No wonder that guy is so powerful. The Queen of Silver Moon felt a strong but gentle pressure coming from the void, and her heart trembled. The Queen of Silver Moon had relied on the power of the underworld to become the origin godly emperor of the divine tree, celestial realm. She could sense that even the god emperor, who had killed 3 lives, would not be able to withstand a single blow from her. But in front of this power, the Queen of Silver Moon felt that her strength was too weak, as if she could be crushed with just a trace of power. Even the divine tree, celestial realm, couldn't withstand a single blow from this power. Your Majesty, your Majesty. The Queen of Silver Moon was startled awake from the tremors. The Queen of Silver Moon raised her head and glanced at one of the god kings in front of the Great Hall. Continue, your Majesty. Although the Silver Moon clan has become the royal family of the divine tree, celestial realm, and the overlord of the divine tree, celestial realm, I believe that with the emergence of more great thousand worlds, there will be more royal families. We should take the initiative to occupy some of the potential great thousand worlds. The Queen of Silver Moon looked at the godly king who spoke. Now, with the expansion of the inescapable net of the Spirit Sea divine system, more and more sects had their eyes on the peripheral worlds that they had neglected in the past. At the same time, many experts noticed that some of the peripheral worlds of the Spirit Sea source continent were showing signs of advancing to the Great Thousand World. In an instant, many of the great worlds became hot spots in the eyes of many experts. The original 10 divine sects and 10 archaic paths had already occupied many of the great worlds with the potential to advance as a retreat route. The Queen of Silver Moon's eyes moved as she glanced at the crowd and suddenly spoke. All right, that's all for today. Go back and come up with a plan for me. The godly kings in the hall looked at each other, nodded, and quickly left Yunling City. Moments after the deities left, a figure appeared without a sound. The moment he appeared, he immediately hugged the divine consort who was sitting on the throne in the middle. Let go! A cold and pleasant voice sounded as the Queen of Silver Moon stared coldly at the domineering young man. Holding the queen's slender waist and feeling the amazing softness in his palm, Qin Feng glanced at the elegant, noble, and beautiful woman in white in his arms. Her figure was tall and slender, and her white dress perfectly outlined her astonishing curves, especially the cool and refreshing scent on her body, which was like a laurel, cold and refreshing, peerlessly enchanting. Qin Feng said indifferently, "No." At the same time, one of his hands circled the queen's slightly swollen belly. Feeling the life beating in the queen's belly, his face flashed with gentleness. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, this was the first time he had a child. Especially after becoming an innate overgod, this might be his only child. However, the little fellow in the queen's belly had stayed in the queen's belly for a long time. It had been more than 1,000 years, and it was not yet due to give birth. But, generally speaking, the longer the pregnancy, the more outstanding the bloodline of the child. For example, an ordinary dragon would need 900 years. As the son of the ancestral dragon, the second-generation ancestral dragon. As the son of an overgod, the strength of the overgod bloodline was undeniable. Seeing Qin Feng caressing her belly with a rarely seen gentleness and tenderness, the Queen of Silver Moon was slightly stunned. The frost on her beautiful face eased slightly, but in the next moment, she slapped away Qin Feng's hand, and with a surge of divine power, she flashed out of Qin Feng's arms. In the next moment, she appeared 100 steps away and coldly looked at the overgod on the throne. "Go find your little vixen. You are not welcome here." Chapter 1507. But soon, the Queen of Silver Moon's expression returned to normal. Her gaze fell on the Master God on the throne. "Your Majesty should be very clear that what happened between the two of us was just a mistake. Since there are no feelings, this mistake should not be allowed to continue. However, I also know that your Majesty is a Master God, and it is extremely difficult to give birth to a child. I will bear this child for your Majesty. Your Majesty is busy every day. It is time to leave." She directly ordered him to leave. Qin Feng stood in place, somewhat speechless. The warmth in his heart seemed to have met with ice. After a series of words, he really could not find any words to refute. Qin Feng was very clear about the Queen of Silver Moon's pursuit of the Tao. In the past, the Queen of Silver Moon was limited by her aptitude and could only focus on alchemy in order to survive. Over the years, as her aptitude changed step by step, her pursuit of the Tao became more and more passionate. This was a woman whose will was not weaker than the mother of all rivers, and even stronger. If not for his strength, she might not have been willing to bear the child in his womb. She might not even be willing to see him. Qin Feng's mouth curved into a bitter smile. After a moment, his expression returned to normal. He stood up, and a silver light flashed in his sleeve. A token appeared in his hand. Walking in front of the Queen of Silver Moon, Qin Feng handed over the token. "Take it." The Queen of Silver Moon's expression was cold, and only her eyes looked at Qin Feng indifferently. But she did not go forward to take it. When a woman's heart hardened, she was even more ruthless than a man. Qin Feng said helplessly, "This is the token of my Master God space. With it, you can directly enter any floor of the Master God Space's library." Qin Feng grabbed the Queen of Silver Moon's hand and stuffed the token into it. It turned into a mysterious rune visible to the naked eye and fell into the Queen of Silver Moon's palm. "You cultivate the path of absolute frost. There are many secret techniques in this floor that you should be able to use. Don't refuse. I don't want my son to lose his mother one day. Forget it." Qin Feng glanced at the Queen of Silver Moon, whose expression did not change. After a slight glance at the hall, a stream of light flashed, and he silently disappeared from the hall. The Queen of Silver Moon stared blankly at her palm. He could enter the Chief God's space at any time. This was no ordinary grace. The sovereign space was the heart of the sovereign, and it was also the library. Queen Silver Moon had long known that Qin Feng had collected many cultivation arts and divine abilities from the various worlds. That place could be considered a holy land between heaven and earth. If the gods wanted to enter, they would need a huge amount of merit points each time. Furthermore, there was a huge limit to the amount of time and the number of levels one could enter each time. After a moment, her expression changed. Light footsteps came from behind her. She withdrew her hand. Her expression had returned to normal. "Your Highness, why are you rejecting His Majesty?" Several elders of the Silver Moon clan hurriedly walked out from the back of the hall. Before the person arrived, the voice had already arrived. There was no lack of resentment in their eyes. A moment later, the God Kings of the Silver Moon clan arrived before the Silver Moon Queen. Their expressions were rather ugly. The Silver Moon clan was supported by the resources of the entire Divine Tree celestial realm. In addition, they were integrated into the Spirit Sea's origin continent. Many of them had used this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reach an unimaginable realm. For example, the Silver Moon clan's grand elders Situ, Wu, and Bian Jinyun, as well as Goddess Changxi, who had taken the form of the divine Laurelwood. That's right, Your Highness. You're not His Majesty's consort. Why do you have to fall out with His Majesty? The other God King from the Silver Moon clan also frowned and spoke up. Marrying the primeval sovereign and becoming his consort was probably the dream of countless goddesses in the spirit sea's origin continent. Not only did their queen not fight for his favor, but she was also pushing His Majesty away. While the Silver Moon clan's experts were puzzled, they were even more dissatisfied. If not for her status as the Silver Moon Queen, they would have expressed their dissatisfaction long ago. The Queen of Silver Moon glared fiercely at the group of Silver Moon elders. Have you forgotten the teachings of the Silver Moon clan's ancestors? We Silver Moon clan will never rely on men. We will strive for self-improvement and never become anyone's vassal, even if he's an overgod. But Silver Moon's eyes were fierce. Had these Silver Moon God Kings been living a good life for too long? How dare they meddle in her family's affairs? The Silver Moon clan's experts still wanted to argue. You're dismissed. Remove yourselves from your duties and head to the Spirit Sea's origin continent to train for 1,000 years. You're not allowed to return to your clan before that. The Silver Moon Queen no longer held back. With a wave of her hand, an invisible force sealed the Silver Moon clan's experts and swept them out of the hall. Goddess Chang-Shi, who had taken the form of the divine Laurelwood, looked on coldly from the side. In this rare epic, many people had obtained great fortuitous encounters and ascended to the heavens in a single bound, becoming God King experts unbelievably. For a short period of time, it was certainly worth celebrating. But as time went on, some of the God King's shortcomings were exposed. Many God Kings had terrible temperaments. Such God Kings were practically trash God Kings. Not only were many unable to control their soaring cultivation, but they were also influenced by divinity and gradually lost. Your Highness, what should we do next? God King Chang, she looked at the Silver Moon Queen. Your Highness, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the Silver Moon clan's God Kings have indeed reached their limits. The divine tree, Celestial Realms territory has mostly been divided, but more and more experts are ascending from various great worlds. There are also many new God Kings. They need new territory and new resources. The Silver Moon Queen turned and looked at God King Chang-Shi. In that case, let's do it. Send some of the God Kings into the primeval over-God space to join the pioneering army. Yes. God King Chang-Shi nodded. Suddenly, the Silver Moon Queen looked at God King Chang-Shi. Also, is there any news of the eldest princess? Eldest Princess Yuji. God King Chang, she was slightly stunned. It seemed like she hadn't heard that name for a long time. God King Chang, she shook her head. Her Highness left the divine tree, celestial realm, 1,000 years ago. Her whereabouts are unknown, but it can be seen from her soul lamp that she shouldn't be in any danger. The Silver Moon Queen fell silent. 1,000 years ago, Yuji had learned of her pregnancy and her relationship with that overgod. The Silver Moon Queen knew that Yuji would never see her again. She had already lost a daughter, and now she was about to lose another one. God King Chang, she looked at the Silver Moon Queen. Do you need us to find the eldest princess? The Silver Moon Queen shook her head. No need. Let nature take its course. As soon as she finished speaking, the Queen of Silver Moon's figure disappeared from the hall, her faint voice lingering in the air. I will be in seclusion for 1,000 years. You will be in charge of the divine tree, celestial realms affairs. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me. Chapter 1508. He walked out of the divine tree, celestial realm, and appeared in the chaos outside. He glanced in the direction of the divine tree, celestial realm. Qin Feng didn't force the Queen of Silver Moon. He understood the Queen of Silver Moon's concerns. Yuji. However, it was a complete misunderstanding back then. She pretended to be the prince consort just to get some benefits. She really didn't expect to overreach herself and let things develop to this point. However, she was a god after all, and there was still a long way to go. Qin Feng flashed, broke through a layer of chaos membrane, and immediately entered the origin continent of the Spirit Sea, looking at the boundless origin continent of the Spirit Sea before him. The vast heaven and earth had a trace of an ancient, desolate atmosphere. Now, the Spirit Sea god system had almost taken the origin continent of the Spirit Sea into its pocket, and that huge god system had gradually caught up with some powerful god systems. However, Qin Feng could still see that unknown undercurrent in the origin continent of the Spirit Sea. The undercurrent was turbulent. Even a trapped beast would resist violently before death, let alone the 72 mysterious sects, the 10 immemorial paths, many ancient families, and some ancient innate gods. Would they allow the god system to monopolize the origin continent of the Spirit Sea and have the Sacred Heart dictate? Moreover, Qin Feng had also set up the Heavenly Lock, sealing the Great Tao, causing many god systems to lose hope of unification. These people were all crazy caged beasts. Time bombs. In 1,000 years, there were no less than 10,000 people who had died in the origin continent of the Spirit Sea. The meaning of Qin Feng establishing the inescapable net was finally manifested. In the past, the locust-like reincarnators had nowhere to hide under the omnipresent inspection of the inescapable net, even if they had extremely powerful concealment secret techniques. There was also the Creator Primordial Spirit. The Creator Primordial Spirit was sneaky, and Qin Feng had seen its recent series of actions. He glanced at the many gods and the trillions of voids. He landed among the trillions of nether ghost kingdoms. There was a huge atmosphere there, especially in the center, where a huge god kingdom was faintly discernible among the many god kingdoms. In terms of atmosphere, it wasn't much weaker than Qin Feng's god realm. That was the place where trillions of living beings reincarnated, and also the hub of all life. That place had already evolved into a special place. The Underworld. 1,000 years ago, it was known as the Myriad Nether Ghost Kingdom, but in recent years, it had gradually become known as the Netherworld. The Underworld was naturally ruled by the Underworld gods. Most of the deities in the Underworld came from the earthly sovereign sect. Thousands of years of influence, coupled with the fact that Qin Feng had not appeared in the world, many gods had probably forgotten the majesty of the celestial sovereign. They only knew the earthly sovereign, but not the celestial sovereign. Among the 8 divisions of the divine system, the mountain gods had far surpassed the other 7 divisions. With a flicker, Qin Feng appeared at the foot of the Earth Emperor Mountain in the central sovereign kingdom. In front of the Earth Emperor Mountain, there were squads of black-armored ghost deities patrolling the area. They were filled with gloomy and ice-cold divine power. When they saw someone appear out of nowhere, they were shocked. Their faces immediately turned solemn as they surrounded the person with imposing manner. Crash! Tens of thousands of ghosts and deities had trapped Qin Feng in the center of a mysterious formation. A formless power surged forth, freezing the void and stabilizing his soul. If it were any other deity king, not only would they not be able to move, they might not even be able to speak. How dare you? Who gave you the guts to trespass into the Earth Emperor Mountain as a mere deity? A ghastly deity king walked over with large strides. He was tall and sturdy, with a ferocious face. The 2 balls of netherworld ghost fire on his shoulders were like suns. This was a ghost deity king. He was extremely domineering and cold, trespassing into the Earth Emperor Mountain, disrespecting the earthly sovereign. No matter who you are, you will be captured. First, I will whip you 10 times. His cold and cruel eyes stared at Qin Feng. If you dare to resist, your soul will be destroyed. Men, use the soul-whipping whip and whip him 10 times. Following his words, 10 ferocious ghosts and deities with malicious intentions walked out from the group of ghosts and deities. Each of them had a ferocious expression as they looked at Qin Feng with ridicule, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The soul whip was a sharp weapon used by ghosts and deities to punish sinful gods in the reincarnation underworld. An ordinary innate deity's soul would be destroyed after 10 lashes. Even if it was a god king, 10 lashes of the whip would severely injure his vitality. Qin Feng glanced at the dozen ghosts and deities indifferently. His eyes fell on the ghost deity king as he said in a low voice, "I am an envoy of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. How dare you be so rude? An envoy of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace." The ferocious ghost deity king smiled. "So what if you are an envoy of the Heavenly Palace? This is the territory of the underworld, not the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. But since you are an immortal of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, I have changed my mind today. Tinsel whip is too light. How about 100? His face was gloomy as he stared at Qin Feng viciously. "No matter what, you are still an envoy. We of the underworld cannot let you think that we are not treating the envoys of the Heavenly Palace with respect." Its smile was exceptionally sinister. At the same time, in the earthly sovereign's manner on the Reincarnation Mountain, Hades Queen, Blood Evil King, Dark King, Dark King, Dark King, Dark Fire King, White Bone King, Luin High King, Evil Good King, E Mountain King, Dead Sea King, all the deity kings of the underworld gathered together. In the earthly sovereign's manner, the Lord of the Underworld was talking about the Underworld Reincarnation Tao. Following the Tao voice of the earthly sovereign, countless innate Tao texts manifested as if the Underworld Reincarnation Tao had descended. Many deity kings of the Underworld were immersed in it as they resonated with the Tao. Many deity kings couldn't help but reveal their innocent hearts as they scratched their ears and cheeks. At this moment, the Tao voice of the underworld in the earthly sovereign's manner suddenly stopped. The deities frowned and immediately woke up from the miraculous state of being one with the Tao. What happened? The deities' expressions were not good. The miraculous Tao voice suddenly stopped, and their Yuan Shen forcefully withdrew from the state of being one with the Tao. It was as if they were in the middle of a climax, and the pleasure of the climax suddenly disappeared without a trace. Under the deity's gaze, a ghost general guarding the mountain hurriedly walked into the hall. "What's the matter?" Among the 10 great deity kings, Hades' queen, who was already a god emperor, looked at the ghost general coldly. At the same time, the other deity kings looked at him with dissatisfaction. The ghost general's forehead was covered in sweat as he quickly said, "Reporting to earthly sovereign, your majesty, there is an emissary from the heavenly palace at the mountain gate. He claims that he wants to see earthly sovereign, but he is still being stopped by General Gluttony. He is being whipped." Whipping the emissary. The deity kings frowned, and their expressions turned ugly as they looked at the ghost general unkindly. It wasn't that they felt that it was inappropriate. This was the underworld, the territory of the earthly sovereign's bloodline. The Lingxiao Heavenly Palace's deities couldn't control this place. The deities only felt that this ghost general was making a fuss over nothing. It was just a small matter, and he actually disturbed the deities. Chapter 1509. However, it was only for an instant. The expressions of the god kings in the hall changed as they stood up and looked at the foot of the earthly sovereign mountain. On the main seat, the earthly sovereign Wang Daoi also raised his head and looked at the foot of the mountain. A chief god's radiance that transcended the myriad worlds abruptly appeared there. Its brilliance fluctuated, and it was almost as bright as the sun. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Feng looked at the ghost god of gluttony, who was 1,000 feet away. I've always heard that the gods only know of the earthly sovereign and not the celestial emperor. It seems that it's true today. This time, Qin Feng did not conceal his chief god's aura. A faint ripple spread out. Boundless divine power that transcended the heavens and the myriad worlds swept past. Bang, bang, bang. The god kings involuntarily knelt on the ground, including the god king of gluttony. The god king of gluttony looked at the terrifying divine power with his huge, ghostly eyes and was almost scared to death. Should the bloodline of the earthly sovereign exist? Is there a need to consider? Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as a faint chill appeared in his eyes. The expressions of the netherworld gods who had rushed over changed drastically when they heard this voice. In the distance, dozens of flowing lights flew down and the auras of God Kings filled the air. At the same time, Wang Daoi's figure appeared from the void. Wang Daoi's heart sank when he saw the pale-faced God Kings. He turned around and bowed. Earthly Sovereign Wang Daoi greets, Your Majesty, the Chief God. Greetings, Your Majesty. Numerous netherworld divine kings landed on the ground and followed suit, hurriedly bowing down in respect. Qin Feng sneered. You've been in the underworld for a long time, yet you still remember the chief god of the pantheon? Qin Feng did not hide his killing intent. The god kings of the netherworld could feel the terrifying killing intent from the black-robed chief god. Under this killing intent, the god kings of the netherworld realized that they could not even defend themselves. Fear filled the hearts of the god kings of the netherworld. It was only at this moment that they realized that the massive mountain gods might really be nothing in front of this main god. Your Majesty, please calm down. The earthly sovereign, Wang Daoi, glanced at Qin Feng with a wry smile. Don't be angry, Senior Brother Wang. I thought I caught you well, but you disappoint me too much. Your mountain god's tribe is so arrogant now. The Lingxiao Heavenly Palace can catch you and whip you. Do you want to ride on my head one day? Or do you want to give the position of the master of the god system to your mountain god's tribe? Qin Feng sneered. This time, Qin Feng really wanted to kill Wang Daoi. This Wang Daoi really disappointed him. The gods were shocked, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, we wouldn't dare. The group of netherworld divine kings were truly frightened. At the side, the earthly sovereign, Wang Daoi, looked at the group of netherworld god kings with a fierce expression. In fact, he really didn't have any other thoughts. All these years, he had been focused on making the Earth Emperor's reincarnation mirror transform. Occasionally, his incarnation would come out to preach on behalf of the gods. But he didn't expect his disciples to be so arrogant. Did they really think that just because their teacher had merged with the Tao and became a level 16 Saint God, he could go against the peak level 16 innate Saint God? Qin Feng smiled deeply. No, I think you guys are very bold. What is the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace? The underworld only respects the earthly sovereign. Where is the heavenly monarch? Many of the netherworld divine kings turned pale. Hades Queen, Blood Fiend King, Dark King, Dark King, Dark King, Dark Fire King, White Bone King, Luan Hai King, Evil Good King, Dark Mountain King, Dead Sea King. The group of netherworld divine kings couldn't help but look at the earthly sovereign, Wang Daoi. It was like their last life-saving straw. At this moment, the most urgent thing for the netherworld divine kings was that Wang Daoi would stand out and teach this black-robed overgod a lesson. Even if he couldn't, they had to be on par. Seems like I've spoiled these disciples too much these days. The earthly sovereign, Wang Daoi's expression turned ugly. He didn't understand where these netherworld divine kings got their confidence from. Did they really think that just because they were overgods, they were on par? Seeing Qin Feng's increasingly cold expression, the earthly sovereign sighed in his heart. He immediately went forward and knelt on one knee. Subordinate gods have neglected their discipline. I'm willing to accept your Majesty's punishment on their behalf. Please calm down, your Majesty. He knelt? He actually knelt? Hades Queen, Blood Fiend King, Dark King, Dark King, Dark Fire King, White Bone King, Luan Hai King, Evil Good King, Dark Mountain King, Dead Sea King. The group of netherworld divine kings stared blankly at the kneeling body. One of the netherworld divine kings had bloodshot eyes. They were all 16th level holy gods. The earthly sovereign also controlled the boundless underworld. Why did he kneel to the hypocritical heavenly monarch? The group of people tried their best to unleash their divine power to break through the oppressive aura and asked angrily. But in an instant, the earthly sovereign, Wang Daoi, suddenly stood up. He pointed his finger, and a talisman appeared in his palm. Vaguely, the netherworld divine image transformed into a boundless reincarnation. Disrespectful, immature, all of you will be sealed into the dream reincarnation, reincarnated 100 times. If you don't understand your true heart, you will not be reborn. The talisman rippled and turned into a huge reincarnation whirlpool. Before the Netherworld Divine Kings could react, they were all sucked into it. Before their deaths, many of the Netherworld Divine Kings couldn't believe that the earthly sovereign would attack them. Forget it. The earthly sovereign's gaze landed on the culprit, Gluttony Divine King. A trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. If this god didn't provoke the master gods, the many Netherworld Divine Kings would have been knocked out of reincarnation by him. 100 reincarnations. If they weren't careful, they would never be able to return and become immortal. Even if they could one day understand their true heart, it would be 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years later. If they missed such a golden cultivation opportunity, they would soon be overtaken by the many innate deity kings, or even completely overtaken. The earthly sovereign, Wang Daoyi, felt a stabbing pain in his heart. These disciples had surpassed him by a few eras, or even an era. Their potential was great. The coldness in his eyes grew colder. Reincarnation, destroy. With a point of his finger, an invisible ripple burst out from the reincarnation talisman, freezing Gluttony Divine King and the 100,000 Netherworld Divine Kings on the ground. No. Sensing the killing intent in the earthly sovereign's eyes, Gluttony Divine King's ferocious and cold eyes flashed with fear, which quickly turned into ferocity. Krong! As if billions of tons of explosives exploded, a huge light ball formed in his body. How dare you self-destruct? The earthly sovereign's face darkened. As the earthly sovereign of the Netherworld, he ruled over the mountain gods, the lord of billions of Netherworld Divine Kings. Not only did the Netherworld Divine Kings, under his command, not listen to him, but they also did not listen to him. How dare these Netherworld Divine Kings retaliate when he attacked? The earthly sovereign was enraged. On the reincarnation talisman, a terrifying energy burst out and swept across the area. Gluttony Divine King, who wanted to self-destruct, and the 100,000 Netherworld Divine Kings kneeling on the ground were instantly reduced to ashes. In his anger, the earthly sovereign, Wang Daoyi, turned around and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, Wang Daoyi is not strict enough. Please punish me. Chapter 15:10. Qin Feng watched coldly as Wang Daoyi beat down the many divine kings. From the beginning to the end, he watched coldly as earthly sovereign dealt with the Netherworld divine kings. He looked indifferently at earthly sovereign Wang Daoyi, who was kneeling on the ground. Earthly sovereign Wang Daoyi was a smart person. Obviously, earthly sovereign Wang Daoyi understood that if it was only to disrespect the Lingxiao heavenly palace, he would not personally descend. You're not strict enough with your subordinates. Senior brother Wang, I just hope that you won't be so careless next time. Qin Feng's words seemed to have another meaning. Wang Daoyi's forehead was instantly covered in sweat as he knelt on the ground. All right, I'll send another divine emperor to take over the mountain gods. Senior brother, you'll probably need thousands of years to refine the reincarnation mirror and transform. Since you're not strong enough, you'll have to transform wholeheartedly. Qin Feng paused for a moment. After you transform, you'll naturally have a chance to show off your skills. Yes. Earthly sovereign Wang Daoyi closed his eyes. In just one day, all of earthly sovereign's forces were destroyed. However, earthly sovereign Wang Daoyi was not resentful. This was because he knew that with the Netherworld Divine King's actions, if it were not for his reputation, they would have been annihilated long ago. At this moment, in the extraterritorial region, on a huge continent with continuous mountains, an ancient divine emperor suddenly opened his eyes as he received the news from the unseen world. The mountain god's bloodline has all fallen? There was a hint of regret in his expression. It seems that existence has already noticed something. His eyes flickered. It seems that I can only break this line first. Soon, orders were issued one after another. Many forces were surging in the dark. In the extraterritorial region, many forces temporarily withdrew their claws when they saw this. In the extraterritorial region, in the chaos, Many huge warships floating in the chaos chi stopped outside the spirit sea's origin continent. Those huge warships emitted a misty and terrifying power, inhaling and exhaling the chaos chi. There was a terrifying power in the warships. It seemed that one strike could easily split the greater world. Heavenly Devil Battleship. This was one of the weapons the celestial demon Great World used to invade other worlds. It contained the celestial demon Great World's highest level of refinement. Not only could it sail through the endless chaos, but even some dangerous places could not damage this terrifying celestial demon battleship. A gigantic heavenly devil battleship could carry 10 million soldiers. Over 100 enormous sky demon battleships like this were hiding in the chaos mist outside the original land of Spirit Sea. This was especially true for the 3 heavenly demon battleships at the center. Even an ordinary 16th level Saint God would not be able to withstand their attacks. The heavenly demon battleship in the middle was fiery red like the sun. The entire battleship was burning with fire. Its hull was extremely streamlined, like a 3-legged golden crow that could fly without leaving a trace. The Fire Cloud battleship was a heavenly fae battleship that belonged to the Golden Crows. At this moment, inside the battleship, there is a world that looks like the sun. That place was like the extremely hot sun. In reality, it was a huge creator space. Creator-level Lord space. Around that creator space, there were countless worlds of various sizes. These worlds of various sizes formed many units of the battleship. Among the many units, there were all sorts of barracks and units, producing hundreds of extremely powerful types of soldiers. There were also some units that contained extremely powerful weapons, such as the God-splitting arrow that could easily pierce through heaven and earth, the ultimate sun cannon, and also heavenly fae puppets that could support individual soldiers in battle. Apart from the combat units, there were also some production units that nurtured all sorts of rare spiritual herbs and spiritual roots. This was a strange form of a divine kingdom. It was as though the creator's space had completely merged with this battleship. At this moment, an invisible stream of light flew out from the original land of Spirit Sea, sweeping through an invisible ripple and entering the Fire Cloud battleship. Inside the battleship, within the Divine Kingdom's main hall, 2 existences with boundless divine power were instantly alarmed. The spies of the mountain gods of Spirit Sea have all fallen, and the earthly emperor, Saint God, has been grounded for 5,000 years. A Saint God opened his eyes and frowned. Only 5,000 years. On the other side, Nanming's Saint God raised his eyebrows. Being grounded for 5,000 years is already an unexpected gain. The Fire Cloud Saint God chuckled. Nanming's Saint God nodded. They originally did not believe that the spies of the earthly emperor's bloodline could succeed. It was already very difficult for them to achieve this. Shortly after, he asked again. The other spies were not discovered, right? I'm afraid there will be some losses, but it's within expectations. The Fire Cloud Saint God shook his head and sighed slightly. 1,000 years ago, after knowing that the Spirit Sea had advanced, the various races of the sky, fae Great World, had made preparations for an expedition to attack the original land of Spirit Sea. Hundreds of years ago, the various races' battleships were already in place. Immediately after, the reincarnators were sent in. According to the usual practice, they would wait for the reincarnators to destroy some key things in the original land of Spirit Sea to create chaos and weaken or suppress the natural instincts of the 33 skies. The Sky Fae Great World would then be able to invade and stabilize the situation. However, no one expected that the newly advanced 33 skies would be so difficult to deal with. In particular, the power of the inescapable net was beyond imagination. No reincarnators could last 15 minutes under the power of the inescapable net without being discovered. Without the help of the reincarnators, the Sky Fae Great World's invading fleet would not be able to attack. In the 33 heavens, Even if it was an upper realm that had just advanced, its counterattack power could easily inflict heavy damage to a fleet, even if it was attacked by force. The Sky Fae Great World's fleet would also pay a heavy price. At least 3 Saint Gods would die, or even more. What they would obtain would probably be the 33 skies that had already been destroyed. No god system would do that. Even if the Sky Fae Great World Sky Fae god system had deep roots, the Fire Cloud Saint God was unwilling. At the very least, he was unwilling to sacrifice himself to help the other Saint Gods. Fortunately, at this juncture, someone took the initiative to contact them. They were willing to provide them with all information regarding the Spirit Sea God system, and even complete the mission that the reincarnators could not complete. What other news did that person send? The Nanming Saint God looked at the Fire Cloud Saint God. The Fire Cloud Saint God smiled. What's wrong? Sensing the Fire Cloud Saint God's strange expression, the Nanming Saint God raised his head. The Fire Cloud Saint God smiled faintly. There's no news, but this time he has a request. The Nanming Saint God raised an eyebrow. What request? He wants us to attack the Spirit Sea realm immediately. The Fire Cloud Saint God said word by word. I've been typing on the keyboard for too long. My hands are sore and painful. I can't even pick up my phone. I've barely finished this chapter. I'll take a day off. Chapter 15:11. Nanming's sacred god's expression changed. He wants to take advantage of the situation. Huiyun's sacred god sneered. Yes, the primeval lord has forced him to the point where he can't even breathe. Nanming's sacred god smiled after pondering for a moment. Looks like we have to help him. Huiyun's sacred god's expression was cold as his eyes flickered. It's time to let the primeval lord know how powerful we are. The 2 sacred gods came to an agreement and immediately notified the Golden Ra clan's Golden Wing warship and the Heavenly Lion clan's Lion Emperor warship. The 3 clans formed a huge coalition army and slowly pressed toward the Spirit Sea upper realm. The decline of the earthly sovereign's lineage caused many undercurrents in the Spirit Sea's origin continent. The mountain god's lineage controlled many divine mountains and earth deity positions, covering a vast area. The sudden demotion of the god kings in a short period of time caused many gods to be at a loss and panic. However, as the celestial emperor of the divine system promoted god kings and god emperors one after another, the panic quickly subsided. However, the demotion of the god kings of the mountain god's lineage still shocked many gods in the divine system. While this caused the gods to be vigilant, many of their little tricks also stopped. Thanks to this, the prestige of the Tian division in the divine system increased greatly. In the underworld, some were demoted, while others benefited from this calamity. Among them, the ones who benefited the most were the gods of the underworld in the divine tree, celestial realm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a portion of the gods of the underworld openly walked out of the divine tree, celestial realm, and entered the underworld to replace the original god kings of the underworld and wield authority. Although he was in seclusion, the underworld was created by the earthly sovereign. The earthly sovereign could clearly sense that the underworld was gradually being controlled by the gods of the underworld. With a slight sigh, the earthly sovereign, Wang Daoi, simply ignored the changes outside and focused on completely mastering the earthly sovereign's reincarnation mirror. In the underworld, after dealing with the hidden danger of the mountain god's lineage, Qin Feng turned his attention to other places. He could see that in the Spirit Sea's origin continent that was as calm as water, resentment was brewing like a volcano. It was not just the gods. Even in the Spirit Sea god lineage, there was an undercurrent. The Genesis primordial spirit. Even without thinking, Qin Feng knew who was behind the scenes. The Genesis primordial spirits were scheming openly. However, this kind of overt scheme was still too low level for him. Do you really think that you can compete with me just because you're a fallen god of creation? Let me show you what true despair is. Reveal the heavenly net. Illuminate heaven and earth. A ball of light appeared in his palm. This light seemed to transcend the heavens. Under the light, the power that represented the rules of the inescapable net began to manifest. In the origin sea, the creator primordial spirit, who was absorbing the origin sea for cultivation, had a change in expression. He felt a vague power locking onto him. The power of Skynet. The Genesis primordial spirit Pan Yuan's face turned unsightly all of a sudden. Then, to his surprise and anger, he discovered that an invisible force had illuminated him under the illumination of the heavenly net. His figure flashed and disappeared. However, no matter where his figure flashed, the light followed him like a shadow. Under the light, there seemed to be countless faintly discernible threads. These threads led to unknown places and connected with countless living beings. With just a slight comprehension, he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Cause and effect. That's right, cause and effect. Since ancient times, there has been a cause and effect for the changes in heaven and earth. Qin Feng's voice came faintly, rumbling above the origin sea. Amidst the creator primordial spirit's unsightly expression, the 4 threads of cause and effect around him began to emerge. With the creator primordial spirit as cause and effect, many gods who had been in contact with him over the past 1,000 years began to emerge. With just a little screening, Qin Feng could see those who had already pledged allegiance to the creator primordial spirit, formed an alliance of interest with the creator primordial spirit, rejected the creator primordial spirit, or were being roped in by the creator primordial spirit. It was clear at a glance. Illuminate time, cause and effect manifestation. What an inescapable net. The creator primordial spirit's face was extremely gloomy. He only felt that he was completely exposed under the inescapable net without the slightest secret. He waved his hands again, and waves of invisible power fluctuations tried to affect the inescapable net. It's no use. Do you really think that you can steal the mystery of the inescapable net? The inescapable net fluctuated within a small range. Vaguely, the threads of cause and effect forcibly illuminated by Qin Feng were hazy, melting, and being cut off. Vaguely, a giant axe appeared in the creator primordial spirit's hand. Sky-splitting axe? Qin Feng smiled coldly. He raised a hand and pointed at the void. There seemed to be the power of boundless living beings converging on this finger. Kaboom! The giant axe exploded in an instant, and at the same time, a terrifying black gas hit the creator primordial spirit. Evil thoughts of all living beings, you're so vicious. As the creator primordial spirit let out an extremely furious roar, the terrifying black gas exploded several large holes in the creator primordial spirit's body like sharp arrows. Wisps of black gas wrapped tightly around a part of the creator primordial spirit's true body, as if to completely corrode and degrade it. Those strands of black qi did indeed possess extraordinary origins. They were refined from a strand of the pure, evil intent of the gods that Qin Feng had extracted from all living beings with the divine energy of creation, and they contained the most primitive malice in the heavens and the earth. It was more direct than any poison. Primordial beginning holy God, don't be complacent. I created heaven and earth, and all living beings were transformed by me. They were born because of me. Good and evil are naturally part of my power. Good and evil is one, chaotic true body. As the creator primordial spirit roared, a layer of formless, innate, yin-yang, divine diagram appeared around him. The infinite evil thoughts were instantly refined, and it was truly one with light and darkness. The next moment, light and darkness fused, turning into an extremely magnificent god. There was a kind of power that could break heaven and earth, and the power of chaos surrounded him. Qin Feng looked at the creator primordial spirit with a slightly surprised gaze. This legendary creator primordial spirit was indeed very strong. It could be seen that he had not even recovered 1% of his power at his peak. However, the divine power aura surrounding him had far surpassed that of an ordinary peak god-emperor. If he was allowed to succeed in Tao unification, with his incomparably strong foundation, he would most likely be a peak innate holy god once he succeeded in Tao unification. Although he broke the primordial beginning master god's killer move with one blow, the creator primordial spirit's face was gloomy. As far as his eyes could see, among the karma lines connected to him, there were many flashes of lightning surging and countless murderous intents. While he was resisting the killer move, the primordial beginning master god had already killed most of his pawns. Chapter 15:12. It was a beam of white light that swept across the heavens under the gaze of all living beings. That streak of light was extremely strange. Wherever it passed, there were some creatures who were completely unharmed, but there were some creatures who died without a sound or aura. In all directions, several huge divine gates suddenly turned into nothingness in the white light, including the Emperor Shi sect, the Celestial Spirit sect, the Greater One sect, the Evil Spirit Path, the Myriad Spirit Path, the Nether Path, and some unorthodox sects of the Archaic Ten Paths, and even the Dragon Clan of the Five Seas. There are gods in all god systems that were all killed in the white light. We've been tricked. The Genesis primordial spirit instantly understood, and his face was filled with rage. In the past 1,000 years, the primeval Lord God seemed to ignore worldly affairs, allowing him to set up his pawns without restraint. In reality, he was just using him to lure out those discontented great beings and wipe them out in one fell swoop. This is the chief god's power. Even the Genesis primordial spirit was suppressed. In the South Sea, on an island with a connate formation, an extremely beautiful woman looked in the direction of the sky, as if she could see through the void of the origin and see the battle between the two hazy shadows. This was an extremely beautiful woman. Her skin was as white as snow, and she was elegant beyond compare. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. The merciless goddess. She was an overlord among the gods of the South Sea. Because of her beauty, she was even called the first goddess of the South Sea. Her origin was mysterious. She attained the Tao 1,000 years ago, and now she was an extremely famous divine emperor in the South Sea. She was such a beautiful goddess. It was not like no one had ever tried to take her. Among them, a top godly king had tried to take her as a cauldron. However, most of the gods who entered the emotionless island's waters and wanted to take this goddess disappeared without a trace. In the past few years, this goddess had established the Merciless sect, which was extremely powerful. It was also one of the 3 overlords in the South Sea. The Merciless goddess's face was cold. The Genesis primordial spirit had also approached her in private, but she had rejected him. In the past few years, he had been trying to increase the relationship between the gods of the South Sea and Heartless Island, exerting pressure on Heartless Island. The merciless goddess's eyes that could speak looked at the other shadow in the void, and a trace of embarrassing memories flashed in her eyes. After a moment, her expression returned to normal. Taking advantage of the time when the Genesis primordial spirit's pawn in the South Sea was in chaos, and she could unify half of the South Sea. As long as she could obtain half of the South Sea, she could enter the late stage of the Divine Emperor realm. In the 3,000 spirit domain, following the upgrade of the Spirit Sea, the earth became thicker, the mountains became taller, the lakes became deeper, and the rivers became more turbulent. The realms, the most ordinary of the realms, expanded of the land of the south of the realm. Of the realms of the gods of the gods of the realms of the realms of the gods. The gods settled down there, establishing sects, dynasties, and clans. They attacked each other, fighting for resources and living beings. Of the realms of the realms of the realm of the 3 realms of the realms. This place was called Grand Supreme, and the master of this place was a peerless expert called Grand Supreme Ancestor God. What was an ancestor god? In the cultivation of the divine path, after the god realm, they were divided into lower god, middle god, upper god, divine king, divine emperor, and god emperor. Above the god emperor was the ancestor god. The gods of this realm had already severed 3 lives and reached perfection. They could reach the Tao integration stage at any time and become an overgod. In the past, this realm was called Taoist in the immemorial era. In the past 1,000 years, as the gods became the main characters of the era, many gods were more willing to call it the ancestor god realm. The grand ancestor god's name shook many realms and was known for her coldness. However, very few people knew her origin. Only a few people knew that she was a woman, a heavenly beauty, and a domineering woman who liked to wear dragon robes. You're asking for trouble. In the god kingdom, the grand ancestor god glanced coldly at the void. The Genesis primordial spirit had also approached her, but she had also rejected him. Like the merciless goddess, the grand ancestor god did not think highly of this Genesis primordial spirit. Having interacted with the primordial master god, the grand ancestor god knew all too well what kind of existence the primordial master god was. Moreover, through the means of the primordial master god and the earthly emperor's Tao validation, the grand ancestor god had deduced that the primordial master god was domineering and wanted to turn the world into his private backyard. However, it was not to prevent other ancestor gods from doing so. Her gaze fell on the surrounding realms. The 9 great divine lands were already occupied by the 8 divisions of the Spirit Sea God system and the primordial chaos Xingqian school, becoming the headquarters of the 8 divisions. Although the other realms were occupied by many other gods, after 1,000 years of observation, the gods also discovered that the Spirit Sea God system's ruling system was very interesting. It was about fighting but not breaking, advancing side by side. It was not a dictatorship. Other than the 9 great divine realms formed by the 9 great divine lands, the Spirit Sea God system did not invade the other realms. They only sent many god kings in, allowing them to compete with the other gods. There were also experts who tried to occupy several huge realms. However, as long as they paid tribute to the Spirit Sea God system's providence, everything would not change much from the original situation. The Grand Ancestor God naturally knew the Master God's intentions. He wanted the gods to help the Spirit Sea God system train their troops. However, this gave the Grand Ancestor God a chance to do so. The Grand Ancestor God's gaze fell on the surrounding realms. As long as she controlled several realms, she should be able to gather the providence needed to break through to the Tao unification stage. The Demon Realm. This was a huge realm formed by combining several realms of the 3,000 realms. It was under the name of the battle division of the 8 divisions of the god system and was called the Demon Sect. The Demon Sect's gods were the main force in the demon realm. The Demon Sect had several branches, such as the Great Azura Demon Sect, the Weapon Demon Sect, the Guanghan Demon Sect, the Blood Sea Demon Lord, the Numinous Treasure Demon Sect, the Lifeless Demon Sect, the Underworld Demon Sect, the Flame Demon Sect, and more than 10 other branches. The Demon Sect was a new cultivation system that emerged in the past 1,000 years. It revered the primordial master god as the demon ancestor. Its purpose was to slaughter and deceive. Everyone knew that the Demon Sect gods were now a sharp blade under the Spirit Sea God system. Whether it was suppressing rebellions or wastelands in the master god space, the Demon Sect gods were the main force. After the arrival of the Golden Era, the title of demon god had been abandoned. All the gods preferred to call themselves innate gods. However, the Demon Sect gods prefer to call themselves innate demon gods. The ruler of the demon realm was the Firmament Demon Master. In the Spirit Sea God system, he was one of the battle division's divine sovereigns. Hence, he was also revered as the Firmament Demon Emperor. In the Firmament Demon Palace, on the supreme throne, the Firmament Demon Emperor's eyes flickered. A white light swept across the void. The mountain where the 3rd Demon Master, the Life and Death Demon Master, and even a portion of the Life and Death Demon Sect's experts were turned into nothingness silently. At the same time, the Life and Death Demon Master's body resisted violently within the white light. Primordial Master, You are killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. The life and death demon master's shocking roar could be heard vaguely. The white light transformed into an invisible talisman. The creation talisman swept the life and death demon master into the depths of the demon realm. This is the power of a master god. The firmament demon emperor's expression flickered. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.